Chapter 3691, Chapter 765, Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 3691, Chapter 765, Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 765, Abyss Chamber of Commerce. He died? How is this possible? When the Berserker youth finished watching the battle video Verdant Rainbow had shared with him, he couldn't help but think it was fake. It should be known that White Ghost was one of Demon's Gate's 6 great paragons. He was also an expert ranked on the Holy Race's Transcendent list. Yet, the video showed White Ghost dying to some unknown swordsman in just 3 moves. Of course, that wasn't to say that the Berserker youth thought that White Ghost was invincible and nobody could defeat him. Instead, he simply found it unbelievable that anyone could kill the Death Scythe using only 3 moves. "Nothing's impossible," Verdant Rainbow calmly said, as she looked at the astonished Berserker youth. Although Demon's Gate's higher-ups have tried to suppress the news of this matter from spreading, it is already known by all within the guild, and many of Demon's Gate's experts are currently talking about it. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean this swordsman is as strong as the current generation's 10 great sword gods? Who is he, then? Did one of the 10 great sword gods accidentally wander into the eternal realm? The Berserker youth asked Verdant Rainbow excitedly. The current generation's 10 great sword gods were vastly superior to paragons of apex powers like himself. Aside from having superior combat standards, they also had a considerable advantage in weapons, equipment, and levels. If one of the current generation's 10 great sword gods did come to the Eternal Realm, it would be wonderful news for the human players operating in the Eternal Realm. Do you think that's possible? Verdant Rainbow said as she rolled her eyes at the Berserker youth. Of the 10 great sword gods, aside from 19th Sword, who had forcibly lowered his level to enter the Eternal Realm, the other 9 were pillars of their respective guilds. They were usually busy safeguarding locations of great importance, and they would never go on adventures that would put their lives in jeopardy. Not to mention, with their strength, even if they were to go on an adventure, their destination would be the 12 sanctuaries. The chances of any of them accidentally entering the Eternal Realm were close to 0. Who is this person, then? The Berserker youth grew confused. Out of everyone he knew in the Eternal Realm, he couldn't think of any swordsman who could kill White Ghost in 3 moves. Verdant Rainbow did not answer the Berserker youth's question directly. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Why do you think Demon's Gate would suddenly offer others membership for killing Zero Wings members? Are you saying this swordsman is Black Flame?" The Berserker youth was in disbelief. Admittedly, Black Flame was very strong. Not only did he manage to kill Chalk Splendor, a holy child of the Sun Dynasty, but he even made it onto the Holy Race's Transcendent list. In the current Eternal Realm, his strength could already rank at the apex. However, to say that Black Flame was strong enough to kill White Ghost in 3 moves was not something the Berserker youth could readily believe. Apart from him, "I can't think of anyone else," Verdant Rainbow said, as she looked at the cloaked swordsman in the video. Then, she returned her gaze to the Berserker youth and continued, "Weren't you questioning his qualifications just now? Do you think he is qualified now?" The Berserker youth fell silent. If the person who had killed White Ghost was indeed Black Flame, having Black Flame join their party would undeniably increase their chances of getting through the preliminaries. If this is true, he is indeed qualified, the Berserker youth admitted. However, he quickly added in a serious tone, "But since he has killed White Ghost, Demon's Gate absolutely will not spare him. If we invite Black Flame and his guildmates to the Crucible, we will be creating an opportunity for Demon's Gate to snipe 3 of Zero Wing's top combatants. Demon's Gate will undoubtedly ambush them when they return from the Crucible. When that happens, it will look like we are helping Demon's Gate to lure Black Flame into a trap." "I have thought of this possibility, Verdant Rainbow said nonchalantly, "I have already sent someone to hire the Order of 12. Although the current Order's overall strength is vastly inferior to Demon's Gate, they should have no trouble protecting Black Flame's group." How generous of you! When the Berserker youth heard Verdant Rainbow's intention to hire the Order of 12, he couldn't help but be astonished. The Order of 12 might not have much fame on the Eternal Continent, but it was one of the few major powers capable of resisting Demon's Gate in the southern region. Its top combatants were especially amazing, capable of giving even Demon's Gate a headache. Meanwhile, as a gathering of adventurer teams, the Order of 12 delved into many fields of business. Aside from transporting goods, their primary business was to be mercenaries. However, the Order of 12 services were not cheap, especially when it needed to gather enough combatants to fight Demon's Gate on short notice. Even if Verdant Rainbow was a chosen one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, hiring the Order of 12 would still put a dent in her finances. Southern Region, Luminous Sky City, Outer Area. In an alley just a few streets away from Luminous Sky City's entrance, Sherfong quietly approached a dilapidated 7-story building. The building occupied an area of no more than 2 basketball courts, and it was the most inconspicuous out of all buildings in the alley. Even if its location was moved to the main street, it was doubtful any NPCs would be willing to visit it. Meanwhile, this 7-story building was none other than the 3-star upscale shop Sherfong had spent a fortune to acquire. This place is deserted. When Sherfong stepped into the shop and saw the empty first floor, he suddenly felt as if he were scammed. Although he had long known that a shop situated in the city's outer area wouldn't receive much foot traffic, he didn't expect the shop to not even have players visiting it. It was performing even worse than an ordinary shop operated by NPCs. The only thing he could feel fortunate about was that the shop came with 7 NPC staff. Moreover, all 7 were level 200 plus tier 5 NPCs, so they were just barely strong enough to ensure the shop's security. This meant he wouldn't need to recruit NPCs to manage the shop. When the 7 NPC staff saw Sherfong entering the shop, they quickly formed a row before him and respectfully awaited his instructions. Starting today, your primary task is to procure battle array scrolls at the silver rank or above. Purchase silver scrolls for 1 eternal gold each and advanced silver scrolls for 3 eternal gold each, Sherfong instructed. Additionally, organize the fragmented legendary items here and sell them at 90% of the auction house's current market price. Understood. When the 7 NPCs saw Sherfong retrieving a bunch of Holy Race-exclusive fragmented legendary items from his bag, they quickly began appraising their value and setting an appropriate price. When it came to managing store operations, their work efficiency was multitudes greater than that of players. After only half a day, the 7 NPCs finished appraising all of the nearly 10,000 fragmented legendary items Sherfong took out and filled the shop's display shelves on all 7 floors to the brim. Next, Sherfong took out stacks of basic and intermediate divine engraving scrolls. These scrolls, totaling 3,000 in number, were the product of Zero Wing's secretly nurtured divine engravers. After working tirelessly day and night, they managed to produce 2,400 basic divine engraving scrolls and 600 intermediate divine engraving scrolls. Originally, Sherfong had intended for Zero Wing to accumulate more strength before selling these divine engraving scrolls. However, with the advent of the new era, players were now required to have sufficiently powerful mental strength in the real world if they wished to use weapons and equipment of high quality in God's domain. As a result, epic and fragmented legendary weapons and equipment became the daily driver of many expert players. Because of this situation, the value of divine engraving scrolls would skyrocket to unprecedented heights. If he didn't capitalize on this opportunity now, he doubted he would find a similar opportunity in the future. System: you have finished setting up your shop. Please rename your shop. Note that the designated name will become the shop's official name moving forward. Since this shop is why I got the Tower of the Abyss, let's name it the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided on a new name for the upscale shop. He also handed all authority over the shop to the 7 NPC staff, letting them manage its daily operations entirely. This, in turn, would reduce the possibility of others forming a link between the shop and Zero Wing. System. Naming successful. The Abyss Chamber of Commerce will officially begin operations in 10 seconds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3692, Chapter 766, Colossal Existence. Chapter 3692, Chapter 766, Colossal Existence. Chapter 766, Colossal Existence. TL Notes. Changed Divine Pattern Scroll to Divine Engraving Scroll to stay consistent with chapters 596 and 603. Now, all that's left to do is to wait and see how well these Divine Engraving Scrolls will sell. After seeing the Abyss Chamber of Commerce starting official operations, Shifeng grabbed a guild transfer scroll from his bag and teleported back to Shadowing Town. He dared not spend even a moment longer in Luminous Sky City for fear of being recognized by others. Divine engraving scrolls were considered a lost technology by both the human race and the holy race. Any player who could learn divine engraving to an amateur degree would be treated as a VIP by the various powers. This would be especially so after the implementation of the major system update. After the major system update, the demand for divine engravers would skyrocket, utterly eclipsing all other subclasses in God's domain. At that time, even players who could produce only unfinished basic divine engraving scrolls would enjoy status rivaling the craftsmen of other subclasses. In his previous life, a large part of why he had invested a lot of effort into researching divine engravings was in the hopes that he could mass-produce basic divine engraving scrolls. That way, Zero Wing could have the financial capability to resist Demon's Gate. Now, having obtained a complete divine engraver legacy and secretly nurtured a large batch of divine engravers, if he let the rest of the world learn of his secrets, it would spell doom for both himself and Zero Wing. Although he didn't intend to sell all 3,000 divine engraving scrolls at once and only intended to display a dozen at a time, it was still enough to cause an uproar in Luminous Sky City. Not to mention, once it became known that the Abyss Chamber of Commerce would be selling divine engraving scrolls long-term, even a fool would understand that there existed divine engravers behind the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they should exist in considerable numbers. Although neither human nor holy race powers could threaten the Abyss Chamber of Commerce's safety in the current Luminous Sky City, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Destroying the current Zero Wing wouldn't be a challenging task for Apex and Royal powers. It was merely a question of intent and whether the endeavor would be worth the effort. Hence, for the sake of concealing Zero Wing's connection with the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, not only could Shifeng not advertise it, but he also had to keep his distance from it. Otherwise, the consequences would be fatal. Meanwhile, shortly after Shifeng left, many players walking in the nearby street quickly took notice of the newly opened Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Hey, there's a player shop there. Crap, who's the prodigal who opened up a shop here? Do they not know that the only players who walk by this area are those transporting goods? Maybe they selected the wrong shop when finalizing their purchase. The players on the street could clearly tell that the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was a shop that had recently entered private ownership, so they couldn't help but have their curiosity piqued. After all, very few players and powers currently had the ability to purchase a shop in Luminous Sky City. Not to mention, the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was located in a section of the city's outer area that did not house any special constructions. Regardless, since it is a player shop, there should be some good stuff for sale, right? Let's go and take a look. I wonder if this shop accepts consignments. If it does, I wouldn't mind paying a little extra. Due to the current situation in Luminous Sky City, most players operating there were naturally curious about player shops. This was because only players and powers of extraordinary caliber could qualify to purchase a shop in the city, which, in turn, led to the natural assumption that their shops would offer items of extraordinary quality. While the players on the street were having their discussion, about a dozen players approached the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Of these players, some were from the human race, while some were from the holy race. When these players stepped into the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, all of them were immediately dumbfounded by the scene before them. There were over 100 display shelves on the first floor, and all of them displayed weapons and equipment that radiated a glow unique to fragmented legendary items. It should be known that while the various powers had many fragmented legendary items in their possession, not even pseudo-Apex and Apex powers would be willing to sell so many fragmented legendary items to outsiders. In God's domain, fragmented legendary items were considered a strategic resource to any power. Because of this, it would already be fortunate if the various powers would be willing to barter their fragmented legendary items, let alone sell them directly for money. Although it was still possible to see fragmented legendary items being sold for money from time to time, these were normally sold by adventurer teams or solo experts who couldn't find a use for these items. It was practically impossible to find any shop selling over 100 fragmented legendary items at a time. However, the surprise of these dozen or so players did not end there. A moment later, they noticed something that blew their minds. Divine engraving scrolls. Am I hallucinating? Crap! It's not just basic divine engraving scrolls. There are actually intermediate versions as well. They're insanely cheap as well. Each basic divine engraving scroll only costs 300 eternal gold, while intermediate ones only cost 3,000 eternal gold each. When everyone took a closer look at the 12 glowing scrolls displayed in front of the display shelves and saw the flowing divine runes on them, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Divine engraving scrolls were considered products of the mythical era in both the human races and the holy race's greater gods' domains. Even in the past, basic divine engraving scrolls, which could strengthen only epic weapons and equipment, were already valued nearly as much as a fragmented legendary item. In the current God's domain, where players needed powerful mental strength to use fragmented legendary items, and above, the value of divine engraving scrolls had increased even further, multiplying by several dozen times. Nobody move. All of these divine engraving scrolls belong to the Ocean Whale Adventurer team. Scram! How dare a second-rate adventurer team spout nonsense in front of the 100 Lions Nation? Following a brief silence, every player in the shop began to go crazy. Whether it was the human players or the holy race players, they immediately sought to snatch all 12 divine engraving scrolls sold by the Abyss Chamber of Commerce and resell them to make a fortune. After all, the value of these divine engraving scrolls wasn't limited to just strengthening weapons and equipment. They also had great research value. However, despite the fuss the players caused, none of them actually had the necessary funds to purchase the divine engraving scrolls. After all, a sum of several thousand eternal gold was not something the average player or power possessed in the current eternal realm. Hence, the players in the shop promptly contacted their acquaintances to borrow money. At the same time, they also started to purchase battle array scrolls at the silver rank and above in bulk, thinking of reselling these scrolls to the Abyss Chamber of Commerce to accumulate funds. Meanwhile, news of the Abyss Chamber of Commerce selling divine engraving scrolls quickly spread. Moreover, as the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was a player shop, the various powers operating in Luminous Sky City promptly began investigating it, trying to find out which power was behind the generous action of selling divine engraving scrolls for money. Eventually, even Demon's Gate and the royal power operating in the southern region joined in the fray, trying to uncover the power behind the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. The two powers had also declared that if the Abyss Chamber of Commerce refused to partner with them, they would make it so it could not do business in Luminous Sky City. However, instead of receiving a favorable response, the two powers members immediately entered the Abyss Chamber of Commerce's blacklist and were permanently forbidden from setting foot into the shop's premises. When news of this matter leaked, it caused an uproar across the southern region, causing many players and powers to wonder what kind of colossal existence stood behind the Abyss Chamber of Commerce for it to dare to offend an apex power and a royal power. While the southern region was in an uproar, Shi Feng, who had just returned to Zero Wing's residence in Shattering Town, received a system notification. System: Shattering Town's construction is completed. Do you wish to remove the seal on the town? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3693, Chapter 767, Town's Debut, Chapter 3693, Chapter 767, Town's Debut, Chapter 767, Town's Debut, Remove the Seal. When Shi Feng saw the system notification, he chose to unseal the town without hesitation. In God's domain, if players did not remove the magic barrier sealing their guild towns, not only would the town be incapable of increasing its popularity, but it also couldn't recruit any NPC guards. Of course, players didn't really need to worry about their guild town's safety within its 30-day protection period. So long as players weren't in a hostile relationship with the local NPC ruling power, other players usually wouldn't try to take the town by force during this period. Players also wouldn't have to worry too much about the security inside their town, as the local NPC ruling power would temporarily send a batch of NPC guards to patrol the town during the protection period. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng confirmed his decision, the translucent barrier covering Shattering Town vanished, and the town itself was no longer invisible when viewed from a distance. The monsters wandering the surrounding forest also noticed Shattering Town's presence, and they could attack the town at any moment. Aside from monsters, the many player teams grinding in the Shattering Basin also noticed Shattering Town's appearance right away. There are powerful mana fluctuations coming from over there. What powerful energy fluctuations? Did some incredible treasure just reveal itself? A guild town. There's actually a guild town there. When the magic barrier covering Shattering Town dissipated, many players sensitive to mana noticed the resulting mana fluctuations and decided to investigate the source. Then, they were briefly stunned when they discovered that a town had appeared in the Shattering Basin. Immediately afterward, though, they began contacting their respective superiors while looking like maniacs. What did you say? A guild town appeared in the core area. Keep your eye on it. Do not move your sight away for even a second. Also, try to figure out which power is behind that guild town. Investigate the guild town's defenses. If possible, we must capture it before the other powers make their move. The powers that learned of Shattering Town's existence promptly gathered their forces. They behaved as if the town was a lamb to the slaughter, and they worried other powers would snatch it from them if they were late by even a moment. Meanwhile, shortly after the discovery of Shattering Town, news of its existence also reached the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Guild Leader Black Flame, don't you think you've taken too big of a risk this time? You didn't even give us any time to prepare, Fry said to Shi Feng, resentfully through their video call. Everyone in the World Arc already knows about Shattering Town by now. Aside from the various pseudo-Apex powers, the various Apex powers have also mobilized their armies to the town. That's right. I have also received information that the two royal powers operating in the World Arc have mobilized their forces. By the looks of it, they intend to capture the town by force, Garrett said as he massaged his aching temples. He never thought Shi Feng would act so rashly. Although Shi Feng had told them he intended to construct a guild town in the World Arc's core area, They never expected him to complete construction so soon. Moreover, he had even unsealed the town without giving them any prior notice. With the situation as it was, they wouldn't even have time to send reinforcements to the town. It should be known that the World Ark was one of the few high-level world mode regional dungeons in the Eternal Realm. Merely the resources available in the inner area were enough to cause the various powers to fight tooth and nail. The value of a guild town in the core area was immeasurable. No power in the Eternal Realm could resist its allure. They would undoubtedly attempt to capture it, regardless of its protection period. After all, the advantages a core area guild town offered were simply too vast to ignore. Whoever owned the guild town could gain a massive lead over all other powers in the world Arkansas. Not to mention, now that most of the players operating in the World Ark had reached level 180 and beyond, achieving victory against a bunch of level 200+ Tier 6 NPC guards would no longer be a dream. While assaulting the guild town would likely result in substantial casualties, the potential rewards far outweighed the risks. Under normal circumstances, so long as Zero Wing, Azure Fong, and the Red Dragon Nation were willing to mobilize all their forces, combined with the defensive prowess offered to a guild town during its protection period, it would still be possible for them to defend the guild town. But now, they didn't have even a sliver of a chance to defend Shadowing Town. Currently, powers from the human race and the holy race were marching their armies toward Shadowing Town. Even if their 3 guilds could send some forces to defend the town now, they wouldn't be able to send all their forces immediately, especially not their trump cards that were tied up in other locations. Meanwhile, without these trump cards, even resisting the armies of the various human races' apex powers would be a dream, let alone the holy race's royal powers. You too don't have to worry about this. Even if all powers in the current Eternal Realm gathered, they shouldn't think of capturing Shadowing Town, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the worried looks on Fry and Garrett. Rather than worry about the town, you two should make sure nobody learns that you own permanent shops and land in Shadowing Town. Otherwise, there is nothing I can do to save you. Shifeng naturally understood the consequences of unsealing Shadowing Town so soon. In fact, he knew much more than Fry and Garrett how crazily the various powers would react to Shadowing Town's discovery. After all, the various powers of both races had fought intensely over the 12 settlements surrounding Holy Ring City. The battles had been so intense that some pseudo-apex powers had even been forced to retire from God's domain. Are you really confident in defending it, Guild Leader Black Flame? Fry asked, as she stared at Shifeng with anxiety and expectation. Previously, she had remained skeptical about Shifeng's claim of constructing a guild town in the World Ark's core area. Even after formalizing their transaction with a God's Domain contract, she still found the matter surreal, and she had braced herself for the possibility of seeing her investment of 25 million units of 7 luminaries crystal disappear into thin air. However, after seeing footage of Shadowing Town, she started to grow fearful. She feared that the opportunity to soar to much greater heights would slip out of her hands. Naturally, well, you'll know whether I am lying when the time comes. When Shifeng saw that Fry remained anxious despite his assurance, he decided to offer a simple response before disconnecting the call. After hanging up the video call, Shifeng shifted his gaze toward the NPC recruitment tab in the town system interface before him. Although the current Eternal Realm remained in its infancy phase, after witnessing the forces the various apex and royal powers possessed, Shifeng knew it would be incredibly risky to rely solely on the temporary forces dispatched by Holy Ring City to defend Shadowing Town. If the various apex powers and 2 royal powers operating in the World Ark decided to go all out, they could even succeed at capturing one of the weaker neutral cities in the Eternal Realm, let alone a guild town in its protection period. It was only a question of whether these powers were willing to bear the cost of doing so. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured the Nameless City's treasury, allowing it to obtain a large amount of divine water of life. If used adequately, Shattering Town could probably withstand an attack from even an entire royal power, let alone the limited forces the various apex and royal powers currently had in the Eternal Realm. TL notes: 1. An entire royal power. This is referring to all the forces a royal power has in the holy race's greater God's domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3694, Chapter 768, Makings of a Paradise. Chapter 3694, Chapter 768, Makings of a Paradise. Chapter 768, Makings of a Paradise World Arc, Shattering Town. Sometime after the initial opening of Shattering Town, NPCs started to show up in large numbers, creating a lively atmosphere in the town. There were so many NPCs trying to enter Shattering Town that a long line had formed outside the town's entrance, the sight stirring the envy of the various Powers members who had come to check out the new town that had appeared in the World Arc's core area. NPC merchants and NPC caravans were many players' primary income sources. The more NPC merchants and NPC caravans a guild town possessed, the higher the quantity and quality of quest players could acquire from said town. Aside from the individual player, the town's ruling power could also generate more income. This was especially true for a neutral guild town. All of the income generated by the town would belong to the ruling power. Furthermore, the town could do business with both the human race and the holy race. It should be known that they were currently in the World Arc, one of the few high-level world mode regional dungeons in the Eternal Realm. The resources available here were far beyond what was available elsewhere. Even if Shattering Town did nothing but resell race-exclusive weapons and equipment, it could still generate a massive fortune. I wonder which guild is so lucky to secure a guild town in this location. Even if we count only those currently gathered, there are already over 4 million players here. With so many players, the town can probably match a pseudo-Apex Powers income in the Eternal Realm simply by collecting some accommodation fees. Lucky? It doesn't feel that way to me. There are 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers currently eyeing this town. Do you think whoever's behind this town can defend it? I guess you're right. I heard that even that peerless chosen one from Demon's Gate is hurrying over here. If the power behind this town is wise, they might be able to keep 1 or 2 shops to make some money. But if they refuse to hand the town over, they'll have to face the wrath of 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers. As the various Powers members observing Shattering Town saw more and more players gathering, they couldn't help but grow envious of whoever was the owner of the guild town. After the major system update, combat in God's domain had become significantly more challenging for players. So long as players sustained physical injuries, they would sustain a corresponding degree of mental injuries in the real world. Moreover, healing spells were incapable of rectifying this problem. All healing spells would do was help players recover their lost HP and from their physical injuries. They did not help with the mental injuries players sustained. In addition, once players accumulate mental injuries to a certain degree, they would start to have difficulty controlling their in-game characters and ultimately be forced offline. Meanwhile, if players wished to quickly recover from their mental injuries, in addition to consuming mental recovery potions offline, it was also crucial for them to rest their God's Domain characters inside a town or city. Only when both recovery methods were employed could players recover from their mental injuries with the greatest efficiency. Not to mention, by resting inside a town or city in the game, players could also relieve the mental fatigue they had accumulated from using their weapons and equipment. This was already something many players had proven from experience. Originally, players operating in the World Arc would have to make periodic trips to a nearby NPC town or city to rest. This was because the World Arc's resurrection camps could only let players with sufficient mental strength continue fighting. They couldn't enable players to operate in the world arc indefinitely. However, it was a different story for a guild town inside the world Arkansas. The effects of resting in Shattering Town would be no different than resting in an NPC town neighboring the world Arkansas. So long as players rested in Shattering Town, they could quickly resume their exploration of the world Arkansas. Moreover, Shattering Town could earn money from both human and holy race players. Even if the current owner of Shattering Town could only retain a shop or a plot of land in the town once the 3 apex powers and 2 royal powers intervened, they could still generate a fortune that could earn them the envy of even pseudo-apex powers. While the various powers were enviously looking at Shattering Town from a distance, a flash of white light appeared in the Soul Guild residence inside Shattering Town. Then, the white light faded to reveal a figure covered by an advanced black cloak. After arriving in the town, the cloaked figure quickly entered stealth and made their way to Shattering Town's town hall. Although the various powers members were closely monitoring the situation inside Shattering Town, none noticed this cloaked figure. Guild leader, I've brought the 13,000 bottles of divine water of life you asked for, Hidden Soul reported after meeting Shurfeng inside the town hall. Then, while retrieving the divine water of life from her bag, she looked toward the NPC guards standing behind Shurfeng and reluctantly asked, "Are you really going to use all 13,000 bottles on these NPC guards?" Divine water of life was an incomparably rare commodity, even during the mythical era. At present, the various powers regarded it as a priceless treasure, and they would only ever use it on NPCs who inherently possessed incredibly high growth potential. However, with Shattering Town being only an advanced guild town, there was no way it could attract any NPC guards with exceptional growth potential. They could already thank their lucky stars if they managed to recruit a couple of Dark Gold guards. Meanwhile, the only advantages these NPC guards had over Zero Wing's personal guards were their starting levels and tiers. But in terms of growth potential, these NPC guards were leagues behind the personal guards Zero Wing's guild members had carefully selected in the Eternal Realm. Don't feel reluctant about it. These strategic resources are meant to be used during moments like this. Shurfeng said. Then he pointed at the 1,000 NPC guards in the town hall's lobby and continued, "Evenly distribute the divine water of life to them." Divine water of life was indeed precious. However, compared to having 13,000 bottles of divine water of life, having an advanced town in the current world arc was much better. Not to mention, the 1,000 NPC guards he recruited possessed far greater growth potential than Hidden Soul assumed. Under normal circumstances, the NPC guards an advanced guild town could recruit would indeed be limited in growth potential. However, because of his status as a 2-star count of Holy Ring City, Shattering Town was able to attract some of Holy Ring City's NPC guards. Because of this, over 10,000 NPC guards had come to apply for a position in Shattering Town in only a little more than 10 hours. Among them, over 700 were level 210 plus, Tier 6, while the rest were level 200 plus, Tier 5. In addition, of the 700 plus Tier 6 NPC guards, over 100 were Dark Gold NPC guards, and 323 were Fine Gold NPC guards. As for the Tier 5 NPC guards, 673 were Dark Gold NPC guards, and one was even an Epic NPC guard. With such growth potential, these Tier 5 NPCs would have no trouble advancing to Tier 6. After deliberating for a moment, Shurfeng quickly decided to recruit 100 Tier 6 Dark Gold NPC guards, 300 Tier 6 Fine Gold NPC guards, 599 Tier 5 Dark Gold NPC guards, and the Soul Tier 5 Epic NPC guard. Although a neutral advanced guild town could recruit up to 4,000 NPC guards, considering the cost of hiring these NPC guards and the possibility of NPC guards with better growth potential appearing in the future, Shurfeng decided to recruit only 1,000 for the time being. Not to mention, If he recruited any more, he wouldn't have enough divine water of life to distribute to everyone. By recruiting only 1,000 NPC guards, he could distribute 13 bottles to each NPC guard, granting them 4 opportunities to improve their growth potential. This was also the maximum number of improvements he could afford. After receiving Shi Feng's command, Hidden Soul quickly distributed the 13,000 bottles of divine water of life to the 1,000 NPC guards in the lobby and had them consume everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3695, Chapter 769, Shattering Town opens. Chapter 3695, Chapter 769, Shattering Town opens. Chapter 769, Shattering Town opens. Shattering Town. Town Hall. As the 1,000 NPC guards drank their assigned divine water of life, the density of the mana inside the lobby started to increase rapidly. Pillars of mana even began to rise from each NPC guard, which, in turn, caused the space within the lobby to shatter. What powerful mana! Hidden Soul couldn't help but be shocked as she looked at the dark void that had formed before her. How much did these NPC guards improve? Normally, a Tier 6 NPC's mana would already be considered powerful if it could shake the surrounding space. As for individuals who could shatter the space around them with their mana alone, they would typically have reached the standard of Tier 6 gods already. Even then, these NPCs wouldn't normally try to shatter their surrounding space, using only their mana. This was because it was a huge waste of mana. Only individuals who couldn't properly control their mana or used powerful skills and spells would unleash their mana all at once. After all, whether it was NPCs or players, neither possessed limitless mana. Once they exhausted their mana, the effectiveness of their skills and spells would plummet. However, it should be known the 1,000 NPC guards in the lobby were only letting their mana radiate naturally, yet it was already enough to shatter the surrounding space. The mana was so dense that it made her feel like she had stepped into a muddy swamp. Their mana is indeed astonishing. It seems they have improved quite significantly, Shi Feng commented. He was similarly shocked by the NPC guard's transformation. Unlike Hidden Soul, who had spent most of her life in their home god's domain, Shi Feng had witnessed many major events in the greater god's domain in his previous life. He had even participated in more than one battle involving hundreds of millions of players between the human race and the holy race. Normally, on the greater god's domain's battlefronts, where Tier 6 NPCs could be seen in the millions, a force of 1,000 NPC guards would be utterly insignificant. However, it was a different story for the phenomenon of 1,000 NPC guards shattering space with only the mana they naturally radiated. Even across the greater god's domain, such occurrences were few and far between. At the very least, as far as Shi Feng could recall, he had only ever seen NPC guards with such frightening mana stationed in the holy cities that Apex powers and a small minority of pseudo-Apex powers used as their main headquarters. However, unlike Shattering Town, these holy cities were the product of many years of effort. Subsequently, Shi Feng began inspecting the 1,000 NPC guards. Incredible! Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the NPC guards' updated information. Each NPC guard received 13 bottles of divine water of life, so they had 4 attempts to improve their growth potential. Logically, he should have only distributed 3 bottles to each NPC guard, giving them 3 improvement attempts. After all, starting from the 4th attempt, the cost of each attempt would increase substantially, with the 4th attempt alone costing 10 bottles of divine water of life. Even so, Shi Feng decided to provide these NPC guards with an additional attempt, hoping that some of them could exceed the limits of their current rank. Fortunately, it would seem he had made the right call, as the effects of the divine water of life far exceeded his expectations. Shattering Town started with 100 Tier 6 Dark Gold Guards and 599 Tier 5 Dark Gold Guards. While such a force could be considered first-rate outside the Eternal Realm, there was a lot left to be desired in the Eternal Realm. But now, out of these 699 Dark Gold Guards, 634 had advanced into Epic Guards, 58 had advanced into Advanced Epic Guards, and 7 had advanced into Legendary Guards. 4 of these 7 NPC guards with legendary growth potential were originally at Tier 5. However, following the increase in their growth potential, all 4 of them had advanced to Tier 6, making it so that Shattering Town now had 7 level 210+ Tier 6 legendary guards. The 300 Tier 6 Fine Gold Guards did not disappoint Shurfeng either. All of them had advanced into Epic Guards, and several were only missing anywhere from 2 to 6 points of growth potential before they could become Advanced Epic Guards. It's a pity I've already spent all my money. Otherwise, I could have equipped them with personalized legendary weapons and equipment rather than standardized ones, increasing their overall strength even further. Shurfeng thought, faintly sighing as he looked at the 1,000 NPC guards who had all achieved epic growth potential and above. Although he had equipped the NPC guards with legendary weapons and equipment, they were all standardized items. While that might be the best weapons and equipment players would normally equip their NPC guards and personal guards with once NPC guards and personal guards reach the epic rank. So long as players were willing to pay the price, they could gear their guards with personalized legendary weapons and equipment. In the Eternal Realm, a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment for NPCs cost 6,000 eternal gold. While still a hefty sum, it was many times cheaper than the legendary weapons and equipment used by players. Meanwhile, compared to standardized legendary weapons and equipment, personalized versions not only provided an additional 15% or more in basic attributes, but also increased skill and spell completion rates by 10% or more. Such improvements were enough to propel an NPC guard's combat power to the next level. If any epic guard were to equip a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment, they could instantly rival 6 winged Valkyries of the same level in strength. As for advanced epic guards and legendary guards, with a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment equipped, the former could closely rival gods of the same level, while the latter could stand on equal footing with gods of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a force of 934 6-winged Valkyries, 58 pseudo-gods, and 7 gods would be enough to threaten even the foundations of an entire realm, let alone the current Eternal Realm. While Shurfeng was about to assign patrol routes for the 1,000 NPC guards, he suddenly received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild Leader, our scouts say that the members of the 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers have already arrived at the Shattering Basin. Their Tier 6 members total at more than 60,000. Judging by their actions, they seem ready to forcibly capture the town. Gentle Snow urgently reported with an anxious expression. During this period, Zero Wing had produced 6 more level 210+ Tier 6 experts thanks to the Medium World Fragment. This put the total number of level 210+ Tier 6 experts in the guild to 20. With such a force, the guild was already strong enough to withstand a frontal assault from the Sun Dynasty. However, it was a completely different story if Zero Wing had to go up against 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers simultaneously. There was only so much 20 level 210+ Tier 6 experts could do with their limited stamina and concentration. Not to mention, their opponents this time consisted of over 60,000 Tier 6 experts nurtured by Apex and Royal Powers. In front of such a force, even bona fide level 210 Tier 6 gods would fall. I got it. Shurfeng nodded. Proceed according to plan. Aside from Phoenix Rain's team of 10 having to ensure the Resurrection Camp's safety, all other Tier 6 members can move into Shattering Town. Will everything really be all right, guild leader? Gentle Snow asked worriedly. Shattering Town was of utmost importance to Zero Wing's future development. Yet, even though 3 Apex powers and 2 Royal powers were currently aiming to capture the town, Feng had chosen to leave half of Zero Wing's combat power at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. No matter how Gentle Snow thought about it, this decision was incredibly reckless. Don't worry. There isn't a single power in the current Eternal Realm that can threaten Shattering Town, Feng said, chuckling. Half an hour after his call with Gentle Snow, Feng pulled up Shattering Town's system interface and chose to open the town to players without hesitation. What's going on? Players can enter now. Suddenly, the NPC guards, who originally prohibited players from entering Shattering Town, began permitting entry to players. When the millions of players observing the town from afar saw this, a commotion instantly erupted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3696, Chapter 770, Apex Gathering. Chapter 3696, Chapter 770, Apex Gathering. Chapter 770, Apex Gathering World Arc, Shattering Basin, Shattering Town. As the only guild town in the World Arc's core area, Shattering Town quickly attracted over 5 million human and Holy Race players within a day after its discovery. Among them, over 1 million were even Tier 6 players. If counting only Tier 6 players gathered, Shattering Town could triumph over every NPC city in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, following the discovery that Shattering Town was now open to players, the atmosphere surrounding the millions of players gathered outside the town reached a boiling point. Everyone was eager to be the first to charge into the town. However, even after some time had passed, none of these eager players dared to approach the town's entrance. Instead, they remained still as they watched 5 legions gradually making their way over to the town from a distance. Only after these 5 legions had gathered before the town's entrance did the several million players dare to close in on the town a little. At least these people know their place. Chalk Splendor, who had already reached level 187, scoffed. While riding atop a voyage train, he cast a disdainful glance with his 3 eyes at the surrounding several million players. The moment Shattering Town was discovered, it was already fated to become the backyard of powers like the Sun Dynasty. If weaker powers dared to interfere with the town's affairs before the 2 Royal powers and 3 Apex powers reached a conclusion over the town's ownership, they would simply be courting death. Splendor! I didn't think you could remain a holy child despite being defeated by a human and losing the Sunlight Blade. Your elder sister must have done a lot of pleading for you. Huh? Standing on the head of an elven dragon several hundred meters tall, a green-eyed young man from the Holy Race suddenly poked fun at Chalk Splendor. Venom Tail, don't get cocky just because you performed a little better in the last Continental Championship and secured a Holy Child position in Sovereign Mark. Do you think you can win a duel against me? Chalk Splendor responded as he glared at the level 189 green-eyed young man. Sovereign Mark was a royal power no weaker than the Sun Dynasty. The 2 powers had also clashed numerous times in the Holy Race's greater god's domain. On the individual level, Chalk Splendor had traded blows with Venom Tail plenty of times before entering the Eternal Realm. In terms of strength, he was originally above Venom Tail. Hence, he became a Holy Child much sooner than Venom Tail did. However, since coming to the Eternal Realm, Venom Tail had encountered a lucky opportunity that enabled him to become the first batch of players to participate in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, thanks to the rewards he earned from the Continental Championship, not only did Venom Tail achieve significant improvements in strength, but his status in Sovereign Mark also skyrocketed. I might consider it if it's a duel with Daystar. But you? I'll pass, Venomtail said, chuckling. Despite being an esteemed chosen one of a royal power, you actually lost to a human with barely any fame. If I were you, I would have chosen to retire on the spot. You bastard. Chalk Splendor instantly lost his temper and got ready to attack Venomtail when he heard the latter's provocation. His loss to Black Flame was, without a doubt, the biggest sore spot in his life. After all, out of all the royal power's holy children who had entered the Eternal Realm, he was the first to get killed by a human player. This had caused him to become a joke among the holy race. While Venomtail was preparing to engage Chalk Splendor in battle, the legions of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce just so happened to have arrived before Shattering Town's entrance, their arrival instantly quelling the urges of the two young men. These damnable humans and their irritable timings, Chalk Splendor cursed under his breath as he coldly looked at Verdant Rainbow, a chosen one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the leader of the 3 human legions. Chalk Splendor similarly hated Verdant Rainbow to the bone. After all, it was only with Verdant Rainbow's assistance that Black Flame could have killed him. Otherwise, with the Sunlight Blade's power, nobody could have killed him. Verdant Rainbow, I didn't think you would be the one leading the humans this time, Venomtail said, smiling as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. Well, are you thinking of interfering with Shattering Town as well this time? Are you really not afraid Sovereign Mark will annihilate you all? Treasures belong to those who can secure them. The same goes for this town, Verdant Rainbow calmly said, as she looked at Sovereign Mark's nearly 20,000 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, after glancing at the near 30,000 human players behind Verdant Rainbow, Venomtail smiled and asked, "What do you propose?" "All of us will enter the town first. Then we will decide who gets to occupy the town using strength. What do you think?" Verdant Rainbow said as she pointed at Shattering Town's opened gates while directing her gaze at Venomtail and Chalk Splendor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any one of the holy race's 10 royal powers was stronger than even the human race's strongest apex power. However, now that the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had joined forces, their combined army was only marginally smaller than the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark's combined army. If both sides decided to fight, the battle's outcome could swing either way. Not to mention, the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark weren't the best of friends. The Sun Dynasty can go along with this arrangement, but on one condition. After recollecting himself, Chalk Splendor smiled at Verdant Rainbow and said, "The Seven Luminaries Alliance must ensure that it will halt all aid to Zero Wing from now onward. If you can agree to this condition, I will agree to your condition of exploring the town together." Halt all aid to Zero Wing. Verdant Rainbow frowned. Zero Wing? Is it the Guild of the Human who killed our dear Chalk Splendor? Venomtail's interest was piqued when he heard Chalk Splendor's condition. If that's the case, Sovereign Mark will second this condition. A guild that dares embarrass a royal power of the holy race naturally cannot continue to exist. Personally, Venomtail had no interest in the guild known as Zero Wing. However, considering the holy race's reputation, he wouldn't mind helping Chalk Splendor get a little revenge. Otherwise, the holy children of the holy race's royal powers would truly become a joke in the eyes of other powers. We will never, just as Verdant Rainbow was about to refuse Chalk Splendor's condition, the muscular woman behind her suddenly interrupted. "Miss Verdant, don't be so quick to refuse," Phoenix Flame, a Tier 6 berserker from Demon's Gate, said. "I think we can agree to these two holy children's demands. We are only talking about a small guild here. Surely, you wouldn't consider having us engage two of the holy race's royal powers in mortal combat simply over a small guild, right? Are you doing this on purpose, Phoenix Flame?" Verdant Rainbow glared at Phoenix Flame, very much dissatisfied by the other party's suggestion. It was already bad enough that Chalk Splendor was using this opportunity to corner Zero Wing. She didn't think Phoenix Flame would do the same as well. "Hey, it wasn't me who proposed this condition," Phoenix Flame said, shrugging. "I am only suggesting what's best for our three powers." Verdant Rainbow's resolve started to waver after hearing Phoenix Flame's words. Although she knew this was nothing but an excuse, she still couldn't help but hesitate. Meanwhile, amidst Verdant Rainbow's hesitation, a young man with a slim body like that of a cheetah suddenly spoke up. "Rainbow, I know you want to support Zero Wing, but you have to look at the situation." The young man, a Tier 6 assassin from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, said. "Even if we set aside Shattering Town, there is still the Continental Championship to consider. Demon's Gate's assistance will be crucial in the competition. We shouldn't sour relationships between our three powers simply because of Zero Wing. Zero Wing isn't worthy of that. Not to mention, we are only halting support for Zero Wing in the world Arkansas. We can simply compensate Zero Wing with some rewards afterward." After saying so, the assassin youth looked toward Venom Tail and Chalk Splendor, saying, "I, Fallen Dragon, agree to your condition on behalf of the three Apex powers here. I hope you two can keep your promise." "Naturally," Venom Tail said, chuckling nonchalantly. Chalk Splendor also nodded in response. Subsequently, the five powers concluded their discussions and marched their armies into Shattering Town. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3697, Chapter 771, Gods Aplenty. Chapter 3697, Chapter 771, Gods Aplenty. Chapter 771, Gods Aplenty. Shattering Basin, Shattering Town. They've gone in. I didn't think these five powers would join forces. With this, there really isn't anything left for us to do here. I wonder if they'll open the town to the public after capturing it. I sure hope they do. When the human players and holy race players observing from the surroundings saw the legions of the three Apex powers and two royal powers entering the town together, some were disappointed, some were happy, and some were expectant. If it weren't for the presence of these five powers, they would have long charged into Shattering Town to explore it. If possible, they would also do everything they could to contact the town's ruling power and try to lease shops and land from them. But with the five powers' intervention, nobody sought to get in touch with Shattering Town's ruling power anymore. After all, the town's ownership was destined to change. Before the five powers gained control over the town, any action the rest of them took in the town would bring them no benefit. On the contrary, they might even earn themselves the five powers' ire. Meanwhile, inside Shattering Town, the moment Verdant Rainbow and the other four powers leaders stepped into Shattering Town, they were all shocked by the state of the town's main street. People could be seen coming and going on the town's relatively narrow main street, and many 3-star NPC merchants could be seen setting up stalls selling rare items. There were even NPCs of mythical-era races wandering around on the street. Mythical-era races, whether it was human players or holy race players, they all sought to convert to a mythical-era race and gain talent far beyond the imagination of modern races. Yet whether it was in their respective greater gods' domains or the Eternal Realm, the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, the Sun Dynasty, and Sovereign Mark had never encountered any NPC of a mythical-era race, let alone the method to convert into such a race. They only knew that mythical-era races existed in Holy Ring City. But now, not only did they manage to see NPCs of mythical-era races inside Shattering Town, but nearly 10% of the town's NPC population was made up of such NPCs. How could they not be surprised? Gold. I've struck gold. Chalk Splendor's eyes were shining as he looked at the NPCs walking on the street. While converting to a mythical era race remained out of sight for current players, it was a different story for recruiting NPCs of mythical era races as personal guards. So long as an NPC was spotted inside a town or city, players could recruit them as a personal guard. If he could recruit NPCs with high growth potential and were of mythical era races, it would definitely help pave a smooth road for his future. It would be even better if he could form a legion of such NPCs. With such a legion under his command, nobody could stand in his way. After all, the strength ceiling for mythical era races was undoubtedly higher than that of modern races. In a situation where everyone couldn't progress beyond Tier 6, it went without saying those of mythical era races would triumph in a fight. This town must belong to Sovereign Mark. When Venom Tail saw the NPCs of mythical era races around him, he promptly issued an order to his subordinate, "Pass down my command. I want everyone to hurry over to the town hall immediately. We must snatch the town token before everyone else." At the same time, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon similarly commanded their forces to charge toward Shattering Town's town hall, no one having any interest in surveying the town any longer. If they wanted to recruit NPCs of mythical era races as personal guards, the best way to do so would be to first become the ruler of Shattering Town. After all, NPCs in God's domain were intelligent, with some being even more intelligent than players. Hence, recruiting NPCs was a difficult process, and players would typically need some sort of prestigious status to increase their chances of success. Meanwhile, the only way to become a guild town's ruler would be to secure the town token, which would typically be stored in the town hall. The town's owner could also be carrying the town token, but the possibility was low. This was because the town token could not be taken out of the town. So, rather than needlessly moving the town token around and exposing it to greater risks, keeping it stored in the town hall under the constant security of NPC guards would be much safer. Subsequently, the 5 Powers 60,000 plus Tier 6 experts could be seen charging toward the center of Shattering Town like a bunch of madmen. However, just as they were about to reach the town hall, Verdant Rainbow and the others suddenly stopped running as they had their attention drawn toward the teleportation hall erected in the town center. And while staring at the majestic teleportation array constructed inside the teleportation hall, they couldn't help but reveal dumbfounded expressions. "Am I dreaming?" Verdant Rainbow was filled with disbelief as she looked at the scene displayed on the other end of the teleportation array. This town is directly connected to Luminous Sky City. Luminous Sky City was the #1 neutral city in the Eternal Realm's southern region. Not only did it possess precious resources that couldn't be found on the Eternal Continent, but it also served as a crucial route connecting the Eternal Continent and the Western Continent. Presently, all Apex Powers had already dispatched personnel to establish a base of operations in Luminous Sky City. However, as the southern region was far away from the Eternal Continent, making it tedious to reach, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance could only afford to send a limited number of members to develop there. It was also because of this situation that Demon's Gate, having the ability to transport players from outside the Eternal Realm directly to the southern region, could rule over the southern region with an iron fist, becoming the envy of the other Apex Powers. Yet, it was now revealed that they could teleport directly to Luminous Sky City via a town in the world Arc. This town must belong to Demon's Gate. When Phoenix Flame saw Shattering Town's teleportation hall, greed colored her eyes, and her breathing quickened. As someone who frequently traveled between the Eternal Continent and the southern region, Phoenix Flame knew how difficult it was to transport players between these two places. In addition to being time-consuming, it also cost a lot of money and resources. If conducted on a large scale, even Apex Powers would wince at the cost. However, the cost to teleport from Shattering Town to Luminous Sky City was only a meager 600 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. This was an absolute bargain. Thinking up to this point, the 5 Powers Tier 6 experts resumed their charge toward the town hall with even greater haste. In less than 30 seconds, Venom Tail, Chalk Splendor, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon arrived in front of Shattering Town's town hall. The 60,000-plus Tier 6 experts also caught up to them in short order, looking ready to fight. Meanwhile, just when Venom Tail's group of 5 had opened the doors to the town hall and were about to command their forces to demolish the building, the 1,000 NPC guards, who were still waiting to receive their assignments, turned around simultaneously to look at the 5 individuals. Heavy, suffocating. The instant the doors opened, mana of unbelievable density gushed out of the town hall, washing over everyone outside the building and transforming the surrounding space into a dark void. Standing in the presence of this mana, none of the level 180-plus, Tier 6 experts outside the town hall could move their bodies, and they couldn't help but feel as if a group of gods from primordial times had descended upon the world again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3698, Chapter 772, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 3698, Chapter 772, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 772, Zero Wings Town. God-ranked NPC guards. How is this possible? This is madness. How can a mere town have so many epic and legendary NPC guards? I must be hallucinating. Yes, this must be a hallucination. A moment after opening the doors to the town hall, Venom Tail, Phoenix Flame, and the other leaders of the 5 Powers simultaneously closed the doors again out of instinct. Likewise, none of them could bring themselves to believe what they had just seen was real. There was no way Shattering Town, a guild town that had been constructed only recently, could have 1,000 NPC guards with epic potential and above. Not to mention, they had even spotted numerous advanced epic NPC guards capable of rivaling level 210 Tier 6 gods and 7 NPC guards who had made them experience the threat of death. It should be known that all 5 of them were wielders of divine artifacts. If even they felt that their lives were in jeopardy, the only explanation was that these 7 NPC guards had legendary potential. 7 legendary NPC guards. 7. Even with decades of development, a holy city wouldn't be able to recruit so many NPC guards with legendary potential, let alone an advanced town. Unlike the recruitment of personal guards, the recruitment of NPC guards for a town or city could only be done within the town or city itself. This situation placed a huge restriction on the pool of NPCs that players could choose from. However, in return for this restriction, the NPC guards of towns and cities could inherently form battle arrays while fighting inside the town or city where they belonged. The strength of these battle arrays would also increase with the number, strength, and growth potential of the NPC guards involved. Under normal circumstances, a 6-man party of Dark Gold NPC guards could inherently form a small advanced bronze battle array and trade blows with a dragon of the same tier and level. If they were epic NPC guards, they could form a small silver battle array and clash with a god of the same level and tier. In the case of Tier 6 legendary NPC guards, if 6 of them worked together, they could fight ancient gods of the same level and tier. Although the majority of the epic NPC guards inside the town hall were at Tier 5, if they fought in units of 100, they could inherently form a medium silver battle array that could elevate their individual strength to the Tier 6 standard. And if all 1,000 NPC guards in the town hall came together to form a large battle array, they would become an even more frightening entity. This was also why, even though the number of NPC guards that guild towns and cities could recruit was much fewer than the player population they could accommodate, they remained a force to be feared. It should be known a force of 60,000 level 180 plus. Tier 6 players would be nothing but cannon fodder in front of a level 200 ancient god. let alone 7 legendary NPC guards who could come together to exhibit combat power rivaling a level 210+ ancient god. My anxiety to get here must have caused me to hallucinate. Yes, that must be it. After taking a few deep breaths, Venomtail reopened the doors to the town hall. When the heavy doors creaked open, the same intense mana gushed out of the town hall once more. Likewise, the 1,000 NPC guards from before remained standing inside the building, their faces colored with bewilderment as they stared at the players outside. Though the NPC guards' gazes did not carry hostility, the players outside couldn't help but feel like helpless prey who had stumbled into a tiger's den. "Verdant Rainbow, care to explain?" Venomtail growled, his voice laced with underlying anger and frustration once he was certain he wasn't hallucinating. 7 legendary and 58 advanced epic NPC guards. Which one of your apex powers is behind this tasteless prank? All 1,000 NPC guards were of the human race, making it almost certain that a human was behind Shattering Town's construction. After all, if a member of the Holy Race had constructed Shattering Town, the NPC guards they recruited would normally be of the Holy Race as well. Based on Sovereign Mark's research of the human race, only apex powers could possibly construct a guild town of such caliber in the current Eternal Realm. If Venomtail wasn't certain that no royal-level powers existed among the human race, he would have assumed that a royal power from the human race was behind this prank. After all, so long as a royal power was willing, it could confidently defend a single guild town in the Eternal Realm. It was only a matter of how the royal power chose to do so. Had the unknown human apex power behind Shattering Town declared it would defend its town to the bitter end from the onset, Sovereign Mark would have never bothered to come here with such a large force, wasting a significant amount of manpower and resources in the process. "I wish I knew," Verdant Rainbow said, wryly smiling as she looked at Venomtail's angry expression. The human race boasted fewer than 10 apex powers. Of them, only the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce were operating in the world Arkansas. If a 4th apex power truly was operating in the world Ark, it was inconceivable that the 7 Luminaries Alliance, with its extensive connections and intelligence-gathering capabilities, would remain ignorant about it. Not to mention, all human powers belong to the same camp. If the 7 Luminaries Alliance knew a human power was behind Shattering Town's construction, it would never have hastily deployed its forces to seize the town for fear of it falling into the Holy Race's control. Instead, it would have sought partnership with said human power. When Venomtail saw genuine confusion on Verdant Rainbow's face, he turned his gaze toward Phoenix Flame and Fallen Dragon, only to find them similarly at a loss. Evidently, none of the 3 human powers here knew who was behind this guild town. As the 5 powers members were speculating about the human apex power behind Shattering Town, a deep voice echoed in the town hall's lobby, startling everyone present. "What brings you all to the town hall today?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone present turned toward the source in unison. There, they saw a level 190, tier 6 swordsman wearing a 6-winged emblem on his chest. The swordsman did not have any sense of presence, giving off the feeling that he did not exist. If the swordsman hadn't taken the initiative to speak up, nobody would have noticed him. Guild leader Black Flame? Verdant Rainbow was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the swordsman's face. It should be known that not even the 7 Luminaries Alliance could muster 7 legendary, 58 advanced epic, and over 900 epic NPC guards in the current Eternal Realm. The state of Shattering Town even led her to suspect an unknown apex power, or possibly even a royal power, might be hiding among the human race. However, of all the possibilities she imagined, she never thought that the owner of Shattering Town would be. How can this be? This town belongs to Zero Wing. Verdant Rainbow wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Chalk Splendor, who had met Shifeng in the past, and Phoenix Flame, who had watched Shifeng's battle video, were equally bewildered by this unexpected revelation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3699, Chapter 773, Fearless. Chapter 3699, Chapter 773, Fearless. Chapter 773, Fearless. Black Flame. Are you Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame? When Venom Tail and Fallen Dragon heard the words of Chalk Splendor and Verdant Rainbow, they reacted with skepticism, and they couldn't help but feel like the two were playing a joke on them. Setting aside how an upstart guild like Zero Wing could construct a guild town in the World Arcs Core area, how were they supposed to believe Zero Wing could recruit 1,000 NPC guards of epic potential and above? Even the average Apex power would find it nigh impossible to accomplish such a feat. That's right. I am Black Flame, Shifeng said, finding Venom Tail and Fallen Dragons need to verify his identity a little exasperating. If all you are here to do is play some name-calling game, please find someone else to entertain you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the 1,000 NPC guards behind him advanced on Venom Tail and the others in unison. They evidently got the hint that Shifeng was looking to drive these uninvited guests away. The 1,000 NPC guards gave off the feeling of 1,000 gods as they advanced on Venom Tail's group, their intimidating presence causing the 5 powers experts to retreat subconsciously. At first glance, the 5 powers 60,000 plus tier 6 experts might seem terrifying. However, they would fare no differently than ants before a human if they tried to fight against these 1,000 level 210 plus NPC guards. They'd be especially fragile in front of the 7 legendary NPC guards. If these 7 legendary NPC guards fought as a group within the confines of Shattering Town, they'd be as strong as an ancient god of the same level. Merely the divine might they radiated could immobilize most tier 6 players. Hold on a second, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Venom Tail saw the NPC guards about to take action, he hurriedly called out to Shifeng and said, I am Venom Tail, a holy child of the Sovereign Mark Guild. I come here bearing only good intentions to seek partnership with Zero Wing. As soon as Venom Tail finished speaking, Chalk Splendor, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon cast a look of contempt at him in unison. Before entering Shattering Town, Venom Tail was very supportive of Chalk Splendor's proposal to target Zero Wing. In fact, if it weren't for Venom Tail's agreement, Chalk Splendor could have never gotten Verdant Rainbow to agree to halt all support the 7 Luminaries Alliance provided to Zero Wing in the world Arkansas. Yet as soon as Venom Tail saw that capturing Shattering Town was no longer possible, and that Zero Wing was the town's ruling power, he instantly changed tunes, proposing to cooperate with Zero Wing. The extent of his shamelessness was so astonishing that it could even be considered admirable. You say you come with good intentions? Shifeng asked, his gaze indifferent, as he swept over the nearly 20,000 Sovereign Mark members behind Venom Tail. And you demonstrate it by encircling the town hall with such a large force of Tier 6 experts. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Venom Tail said, chuckling. Sovereign Mark might have brought a lot of members here, but haven't the 4 other powers here done the same? The treasures in God's domain have always gone to those with capabilities. As the leader of a guild, I am sure you are aware of this, Mr. Black Flame. Now that Zero Wing has proven itself capable of protecting Shattering Town, it has naturally become the ideal partner for Sovereign Mark. While making up excuses, Venom Tail couldn't help but regret his hasty decision to support Chalk Splendor's proposal. Shattering Town was akin to a mountain of gold. Whether it was the ability to recruit NPCs of mythical-era races as personal guards or the ability to teleport directly to luminous Sky City, both could bring immense wealth and benefits to Sovereign Mark. In a situation where Sovereign Mark lacked the strength to seize Shattering Town, the next best option would naturally be to partner with Zero Wing. But now, Sovereign Mark had already offended Zero Wing. If Sovereign Mark was permanently banned from Shattering Town because of this, its competitiveness in the world arc would undoubtedly plummet. What you say is right, but aren't you forgetting something? Have you forgotten how you forced the Seven Luminaries Alliance to stop supporting Zero Wing in the world arc? When Chalk Splendor saw Venom Tail shifting the topic, he unceremoniously exposed the other party's true colors. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were rivals. If he allowed Sovereign Mark to benefit from Shattering Town, he might as well say goodbye to his status as a holy child of the Sun Dynasty. As for seeking a partnership from Zero Wing himself, not even for a moment did Chalk Splendor humor the thought. He did not think that Shifeng would ever partner with the Sun Dynasty after the bounty the Sun Dynasty had placed on him. He also personally wished for Shifeng's demise, so he would naturally favor seeing Zero Wing have as many enemies as possible. Splendor, you! Venom Tail glared at Chalk Splendor. If he could establish a partnership with Zero Wing and purchase a few shops and land permanently, it would definitely earn him significant merits in Sovereign Mark. But now it was all ruined. Subsequently, Venom Tail returned his gaze toward Shifeng, but his attitude was no longer friendly like before. Since the cat's out of the bag, I'll cut to the chase, Venom Tail said. Then, glancing outside the town, he threatened, the Holy Race currently holds the upper hand in the world Arkansas Sovereign Mark, and the Sun Dynasty also holds significant influence over the Holy Race members operating here. Since you have already offended the Sun Dynasty previously, if you offend Sovereign Mark as well, your town will most likely have trouble operating in the future. Upon hearing Venom Tail's words, Chalk Splendor couldn't help but gnash his teeth angrily. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark, indeed, held significant influence over the Holy Race's various powers and players operating inside the world Arkansas. If Zero Wing refused to partner with Sovereign Mark, it was unlikely any Holy Race player would set foot into Shattering Town in the future. Currently, Shattering Town's greatest advantage was its ability to enable trade between human players and Holy Race players. If no Holy Race players visited, the town would instantly lose its greatest advantage. So long as Shifeng didn't have a few screws loose in his head, he wouldn't turn down this transaction. Seeing this situation, Phoenix Flame also started to grow anxious. Prior to this, Demon's Gate had already placed a public bounty on Zero Wing across the entire Eternal Realm. It had even used its guild membership as a reward to convince more players to attempt the bounty. Although Zero Wing had retaliated by similarly placing a bounty on Demon's Gate, everyone merely treated it as a joke. After all, the difference in value between the two guilds' membership was night and day. However, it was a completely different story following Shattering Town's appearance. Setting aside the various benefits Shattering Town offered, so long as Zero Wing established a partnership with Sovereign Mark, a royal power of the Holy Race, its status in the Eternal Realm would skyrocket. Zero Wing might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Demon's Gate. After factoring in Shattering Town's connection with Luminous Sky City, if Zero Wing had Sovereign Mark's assistance, it might come to gain absolute authority over a significant portion of the southern region. If that happened, Demon's Gate would be in deep trouble. While Phoenix Flame was worried about Demon's Gate's future, Shifeng's voice echoed across the town hall once more. I see that Sovereign Mark is as domineering as always, Shifeng said, chuckling when confronted with Venom Tail's threat. Unfortunately, your threats are meaningless. Whether it is the Sun Dynasty or Sovereign Mark, Zero Wing has never intended to partner with any Holy Race power. If you only want to trade, Zero Wing will welcome it. But if you want to supplant Zero Wing wouldn't mind having a few more enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3700, Chapter 774, Astonishing Profits. Chapter 3700, Chapter 774, Astonishing Profits, Chapter 774. Astonishing Profits, World Arc, Shattering Town. Why have they all come out? Do the five powers not plan on capturing this town? It can't be, right? This is the only guild town in the core area. If taken advantage of properly, you can make a fortune from collecting rent alone. Not to mention, the town can facilitate trade between the two races. How can the five powers possibly give up on it? The millions of players observing Shattering Town from a distance immediately engaged in a heated discussion when they saw the Tier 6 experts of the two royal powers and 3 apex powers exiting the town. They couldn't believe the five powers would give up on a treasure trove like Shattering Town. Admittedly, the player population Shattering Town could accommodate paled compared to NPC cities. As an advanced town, Shattering Town could only accommodate up to 2 million players at a time, which was a far cry from NPC cities that could accommodate tens of millions of players. However, Shattering Town was a guild town. This meant that the town's ruling power could keep all the profits generated by the town. They wouldn't need to pay a hefty tax to NPCs. Hence, even if Shattering Town only had a stable player population of 2 million, the income it could generate would easily exceed that of shops in NPC cities. Inside an advanced tent situated roughly 1,000 yards away from Shattering Town, a group of Tier 6 players wearing the Skylight Association's guild emblem revealed astonished looks when they saw a female berserker whose body was as robust as a bear walking out of Shattering Town. Elder Sword, what do you think is going on? Setting the holy race aside, even that phoenix flame has come out. Milia, who had risen to level 182, asked as she looked at 19th Sword, who was currently at level 184, Tier 6. 19th Sword was one of the Greater Gods domain's 10 Great Sword Gods, and he had risen to fame for quite some years now. Although he had mostly been operating as an independent player in the past, he had many disciples among the various powers. Among these disciples was Phoenix Flame, one of Demon's Gate's current 6 great paragons. Furthermore, she was among the most outstanding disciples 19th Sword had nurtured in recent years, and there was hope that she would catch up to Spear Paradise in the future. Hence, if Milia had to point out who in the Skylight Association was the most familiar with Phoenix Flame, it would definitely have to be 19th Sword. It is indeed strange, 19th Sword muttered, a hint of confusion appearing in his sharp gaze. Although it has been quite a while since I last saw Phoenix Flame, that little girl has always been impatient and does things without regard for the consequences. She must have gone out of her way to come to see Shattering Town this time, so I find it hard to imagine she would leave without doing anything. Could the power behind Shattering Town be in existence? Even Demon's Gate is wary of provoking. Milia asked, while she might not know much about the two royal powers from the Holy Race, Demon's Gate's modus operandi was known by all among the human race. Considering Shattering Town's significance, she could think of only one explanation as to why Demon's Gate would walk away without a fight. It could not afford to provoke Shattering Town. That's a likely possibility, 19th Sword said with a pondering look. Then he moved his gaze toward Shattering Town and continued, but this is good news for the Skylight Association. The withdrawal of the five powers signifies that even they are powerless against Shattering Town. Previously, the five powers held an overwhelming advantage in the core area due to their resurrection camps, but with Shattering Town's appearance, we can have a chance at catching up with the five powers exploration teams. If we can partner with the power behind Shattering Town, we might even be able to surpass the five powers exploration progress. 19th Sword's words excited Milia and the other Skylight Association members present. Although the various powers currently already had the ability to explore the World Arc's core area, compared to the 2 royal powers and 3 apex powers, who all owned resurrection camps in the core area. Their accomplishments in the core area could only be considered pitiful. Moreover, whenever they encountered the 5 powers members, they always had to step aside. Even when regional bosses, treasure chests, and monster respawn points were right before them, they still had to surrender everything to the 5 powers. Otherwise, should a fight break out, the consequences would not be something that they, powers without resurrection camps in the core area, could bear. However, it was a different story now that Shattering Town had appeared. Not only could they register to resurrect in Shattering Town, but they could also rely on the town to thoroughly recuperate. Most importantly, since even the 5 powers were powerless to do anything about Shattering Town, other powers could start to oppose the 5 powers teams out in the fields without fearing losing their foothold in the core area. At this time, the Skylight Association wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The other powers and adventurer teams present to see the 5 powers defeat also came to a similar conclusion. Because of this, as soon as the 5 powers members disappeared into the distance, every player gathered outside Shattering Town charged into the town without hesitation. Everyone was focused on renting hotel rooms or finding out how to rent shops and private houses in the town. In less than half an hour, the hotels, restaurants, and shops of Shattering Town became fully packed with players. The situation on the streets was also remarkable, with endless crowds walking along the streets and player stalls popping up one after another. Madness! This is simply madness. It costs 1 eternal gold every 24 hours to rent a stall space here, yet not a single unoccupied space remains. The profits this town can rake in a day from stall rental alone can probably already match the Apex Powers' daily income. While strolling the streets of Shattering Town, Fry couldn't help but be stupefied when she saw that player stalls lined every corner of every street. Normally, in an NPC city with a player population in the tens of millions, the number of player stalls in the city would, at best, amount to several tens of thousands. However, despite Shattering Town having a player population of just 2 million, over 200,000 players were setting up stalls here. Moreover, unlike NPC cities, which charged a mere 2 or 3 eternal silver per day for street stalls, Shattering Town demanded a hefty 1 eternal gold every 24 hours. This translated to over 400,000 eternal gold in a God's Domain day, a staggering sum far beyond the reach of even the strongest of pseudo-Apex powers in the current Eternal Realm. Only Apex powers could possibly achieve such a daily income. It is indeed astonishing. Garrett agreed with Frey's sentiment while looking at the many stalls operated by Holy Race players. Although I've long known the town would prosper once it opens, I never thought it would reach such a frightening extent. If we hadn't signed a contract with Zero Wing early on, we might not even have the qualifications to compete for a shop in Shattering Town. Fry nodded in agreement, a feeling of delight spreading within her. When considering Shattering Town's future promotion, the town needed to have many NPC merchants establish operations here. Because of this, there were only so many shops the town could rent out to players. Although the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fong were pseudo-Apex powers, their chances of winning would be slim if they had to compete fairly over Shattering Town's shops. It would be even more so if they included Holy Race powers in the competition. After all, the Holy Race was vastly superior to the human race in numbers and strength. Their royal powers alone numbered as many as 10, while their Apex and pseudo-Apex powers outnumbered that of the human race by several times. If all these powers were allowed to compete for Shattering Town's shops, the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fong's chances of winning would be virtually non-existent. Shattering Town, Town Hall, VIP Lounge, Guild Leader Black Flame. We are likely to face a lot more trouble at the Crucible of the Ancients now that you have chased away Venom Tail and the others, Verdant Rainbow said, wryly smiling as she looked at Shifeng. In addition to the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate, Shifeng had also permanently blacklisted the Eternal Chamber of Commerce for trying to seize Shattering Town. From this point onward, so long as any member of these powers dared to set foot into Shattering Town, the town's NPC guards would kill them on the spot. Fortunately, she had established a partnership with Zero Wing prior to this situation. Otherwise, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance would have most likely received a similar treatment as the 4 other powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3701, Chapter 775, Clue pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6. Chapter 3701, Chapter 775, Clue pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6. Chapter 775, Clue pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6. Please rest assured, Miss Rainbow, since we have already accepted your offer, we will not disappoint you, Shifeng said with a smile. Although it will become a little tougher without the help of Eternal Chamber of Commerce's and Demon's Gates parties. Even without their help, Zero Wing can still help you get past the preliminaries. In essence, the Continental Championship was a clash for hegemony between 3 races. Because of this, participating parties usually needed to rely on other parties of the same race if they wanted to survive the chaotic preliminaries. With the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demon's Gate being apex powers, they definitely had some admission tickets, and receiving help from their parties would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. However, so long as their party boasted sufficiently strong members, they could still conquer the preliminaries, even without the help of others. I am aware of the strength Zero Wing has displayed in the defense against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Seeing Shifeng's nonchalance, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but sigh as she shared a document with him, and said, "But the preliminaries this time will no longer be the same as before. The major system update has brought a change to the Continental Championship's rules. I was originally thinking of informing you about this after my trip to Shattering Town, but since you are here, have a look at the updated rules. Participating players will now have their levels suppressed to the average." When Shifeng saw the updated Continental Championship rules, his expression on his face remained unchanged. In his previous life, the Continental Championship's rules had indeed changed after the major system update. More specifically, all participants would have their levels equalized, making it so that the championship placed more emphasis on individual combat standards. That's right. Verdant Rainbow nodded with a frown. Because of this new rule, players who exceed the average level will no longer have an advantage. All participants can rely only on their individual combat standards to achieve victory. The main reason she extended an invitation to Zero Wing previously was to capitalize on Zero Wing's level 200+ members. With the level advantage these Zero Wing members had, they could easily overwhelm their opponents and get through the preliminaries. After all, the advantages given to players at level 200 could not be overcome easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing had experts at level 210 and above. However, her plan thoroughly fell into ruins following the introduction of the new rule. In terms of combat standards, Zero Wing's level 210+ experts could only be described as unremarkable, and replacements for them could be easily found, even among the human race's pseudo-apex powers. In the new Continental Championship, where they would be facing the powerhouses of the 2 other races, Zero Wing's level 210+ experts could only be regarded as victims. "Are you considering to give up on our partnership, Miss Rainbow?" Shifeng asked after he was done reading the updated rules. "The change this time was unexpected. I will fulfill my promise of extending your loan repayment by 10 days, Verdant Rainbow said. Then, with gritted teeth, she continued, "But I will have to make some changes regarding 2 of Zero Wing's slots." If Zero Wing cannot come up with participants strong enough to enter the Holy Race's Transcendent list, I will have no choice but to find someone else to fill these slots. I understand your intentions. Shifeng chuckled when he saw the awkward look on Verdant Rainbow. Before we continue with this topic, may I ask if you are interested in achieving even better results in the upcoming Continental Championship, Miss Rainbow? At this point, it was evident Shattering Town had a promising future. Anyone who wasn't a fool would definitely try to establish a long-term partnership with Zero Wing. However, the Continental Championship was equally important, so it was understandable that Verdant Rainbow wanted to replace unqualified participants. Naturally, who wouldn't want the Continental Championship's amazing rewards? Verdant Rainbow answered, giving Shifeng a strange look. The Continental Championship was currently the top priority for the three races occupying the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Everyone wanted to achieve good results in the championship and gain rapid growth. However, performing well in the championship was easier said than done. In reality, even parties consisting entirely of experts from the Holy Race's Transcendent list would find it difficult to achieve good results, let alone those who were only theorized to be strong enough to enter the Transcendent list. If that's the case, let Zero Wing have 4 slots. In return, I can guarantee we will secure a place in the top 4 of the Continental Championship. However, aside from providing an extra slot, you will have to pay Zero Wing an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, Shifeng said with certainty when he saw the interested look on Verdant Rainbow. You can guarantee a top 4 placing? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but look at Shifeng in surprise. She felt that Shifeng was joking with her. Every Continental Championship would see several hundred parties participating. Normally, parties would be handsomely rewarded so long as they could pass the preliminaries. Meanwhile, those who could climb to the top 16 could receive the guidance of the ancient beings behind the Crucible of the Ancients, while those who managed to ascend to the top 4 would see their rewards doubled or more. However, out of all the Continental Championships hosted, the best result the human race had managed to secure thus far was the top 16. At this point, entering the top 4 was nothing but a dream. Not to mention, she even had to pay 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal for this ranking. That was basically half a divine artifact. We still have time before we need to set out for the Crucible. You can use this time to properly consider my offer, Miss Rainbow, Shifeng said very calmly. In his previous life, the Continental Championship didn't just serve as a training ground for the various powers' talents. After the major system update, it also became the hope for many peerless players to achieve further improvement. This was because parties who managed to enter the top 4 in the Continental Championship could receive detailed guidance from the ancient beings behind the Crucible of the Ancients. This also happened to be one of the few clues pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6 available in the Eternal Realm. Although the human race had produced many powerful experts, not a single party managed to enter the Continental Championship's top 4. It wasn't until the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes joined forces that they fortunately managed to enter the top 4 once. It was also from that point onward the human race's various powers learned of the Continental Championship's true significance. Only, neither the 3 absolutes nor their 3 other party members revealed the specifics of what they learned regarding the road beyond Tier 6. Currently, there still weren't many experts participating in the Continental Championship, although the implementation of the major system update had removed the possibility of having a level advantage. So long as he had sufficient 7 Luminaries crystals, he could simply create a new advantage by upgrading the epic-ranked God Chaser sets to the fragmented legendary rank and giving them to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were currently among the top 5 in combat standards in Zero Wing. If they were equipped with the fragmented, legendary-ranked God Chaser sets, while Shifeng couldn't promise their party would become the champion, He was confident they could get into the Continental Championship's top 4 without any trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3702, Chapter 776, Strengthening the God Chaser Set. Chapter 3702, Chapter 776, Strengthening the God Chaser Set. Chapter 776, Strengthening the God Chaser Set. You really don't hold back, do you, Guild Leader Black Flame? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but hesitate on Sure Feng's offer. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship. However, it was a considerable expenditure for her to give away 4 participation slots as well as 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. It might even put her in an awkward situation in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. She had received her admission ticket from a Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and the other party had originally intended for the ticket to be used to nurture the guild's geniuses. So, when she decided to give 3 participation slots to Zero Wing, many guild executives criticized her. If she were to give Zero Wing another slot, it would mean depriving another one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's geniuses of the opportunity to improve, and it would definitely enrage the guild executives who already thought negatively of her. As for the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she'd have to mortgage many of her properties in the Eternal Realm if she wanted to convince the 7 Luminaries Alliance to secure such an amount. I am sure you know how difficult it is to get into the top 4, Miss Rainbow. If I am the only one representing Zero Wing, I can help you without any payment. But if you want a good placement, I must make considerable sacrifices to help you achieve that, Sure Feng explained. In reality, he would already be benefiting greatly if he could secure 4 participation slots for Zero Wing. He was simply putting Verdant Rainbow in a tough spot by asking her for an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. However, he had no choice but to do so, as he had already spent all of his 7 Luminaries crystals and didn't have enough to upgrade even 1 God Chaser set. I can agree to your conditions, Guild Leader Black Flame. After pondering for a moment, Verdant Rainbow said to Sure Feng, the additional slot should be doable, but if I am to pay you 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, I will need you to lease a shop on Shattering Town's Main Street to me for free for a month. Otherwise, I cannot convince the guild's other executives to take out so many 7 Luminaries crystals. If it's only a month, I can agree to your condition, Sure Feng said, nodding. But how soon can you deliver the 7 Luminaries crystals to me? There were over 20 shops lining Shattering Town's Main Street, excluding the ones needed for NPC merchants and Zero Wing's purposes. 6 shops could be rented out. However, no matter how valuable Shattering Town's shops were, there was no way he could get anyone to pay a monthly rent of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. So, he would be a fool to refuse Verdant Rainbow's condition. I can have it delivered within half a day after we finalize our deal, Verdant Rainbow said, smiling when she heard Sure Feng accepting her condition. If she could secure a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship and rent a shop on Shattering Town's Main Street for free for a month, all for the price of just 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she would turn a huge profit. She could also offer an explanation to the guild's executives. Okay, let's write up the contract, then. Hearing Verdant Rainbow's response, Sure Feng wasted no time as he retrieved 2 God's Domain contracts from his bag. Within a day after Sure Feng signed the contract with Verdant Rainbow, the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate suddenly declared Shattering Town off-limits to all players. Any player who dared to approach the town would be met with death. The announcement shocked the players operating in the world Arkansas. They never expected the 3 powers to make such a ruthless decree. Those who wished to take advantage of Shattering Town were especially taken aback, and many couldn't help but voice their grievances. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, those 3 guilds are simply outrageous. They've stationed their Tier 6 legions at all of the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits just to blockade the town. Now, anyone caught trying to enter or leave the Shattering Basin must pay them 1 eternal gold. Starting tomorrow, the 3 guilds will even kill anyone who tries to enter the Shattering Basin. Gentle Snow complained angrily as she stormed into Shurfeng's office. Let me ambush them with a team. Guild leader! I refuse to believe they can keep blockading the entrances. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were royal powers of the Holy Race. Because of this, all Holy Race players operating in the World Arc would usually defer to the 2 royal powers' decisions, none daring to offend them. As for Demon's Gate, it was an apex power famed for its ruthlessness among the human race. Aside from other apex powers, no other individual or power from the human race would dare to offend Demon's Gate. Now that the 3 powers had come together to persecute Shattering Town, it was almost guaranteed that no player would dare to visit the town. Meanwhile, if Shattering Town did not have players visiting it, there was no way Zero Wing could afford the town's daily expenditures. Of course, persecuting Shattering Town didn't come free and easy for the 3 powers either. The World Arc's mysterious energy constantly ate away at the bodies of players. The monsters occupying the maps around Shattering Basin were also plentiful. Even if the 3 powers' forces remained stationary, monsters would attack them continuously, forcing them to expend stamina and concentration. Because of this, the 3 powers needed to commit a large number of players to maintain the blockade. This, in turn, would prevent these players from doing more meaningful things, such as exploring the World Arc and finding opportunities to develop themselves. What the 3 powers were doing was essentially persecuting Shattering Town at the expense of the futures of a large number of their own Tier 6 experts, which was utterly insane. Ignore them. If they want to block the entrances, let them, Shurfeng said, chuckling as he looked at the anxious, Gentle Snow. Has the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 7 Luminaries crystals arrived yet? The Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's joint effort to seal the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits was indeed astonishing. Any normal guild town would have faced an imminent demise if persecuted in such a manner. However, Shattering Town was no ordinary guild town. Instead, it was a guild town that could access Luminous Sky City directly. Although it was only a one-way teleportation, it was still a path to riches for many players and powers. It was especially so now that the sales of basic and intermediate divine engraving scrolls had garnered widespread attention in Luminous Sky City. In just one day, the Abyss Chamber of Commerce had managed to sell several thousand Holy Race-exclusive fragmented legendary items, generating 1 million eternal gold in revenue. Even after he paid off his 700,000 eternal gold debt to Luminous Sky City, he would still have 300,000 eternal gold to spare. As for the divine engraving scrolls sold by Abyss, they had already become a target for the Eternal Realm's various powers. Many players and powers who managed to get their hands on some would instantly resell the scrolls for a huge profit. Naturally, when the players on the Eternal Continent learned of this situation, they, too, wanted to get in on this opportunity. However, traveling to the southern region was not an easy task. Outside of Shattering Town's teleportation channel, every other method to reach the southern region came at a price that the average power could not afford. Hence, for most players operating on the Eternal Continent, Shattering Town was their only option to reach Luminous Sky City. This situation made it so that Shattering Town would have no lack of players trying to visit it. Not to mention, aside from purchasing divine engraving scrolls to resell, players on the Eternal Continent could also sell their high-quality weapons, equipment, and secret treasures at Luminous Sky City, since the prices for these items were considerably higher in the southern region. I've received them already. Gentle Snow said as she handed all of the 7 Luminaries crystals in her spatial bag to Sure Foam. In addition to the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, the materials you asked for have also been delivered. However, the construction design of the Tower of the Abyss is too complex. On top of that, you have asked to use alternative materials. So, our architects still need some time to do research. The Tower of the Abyss doesn't need to be rushed. Just have them construct it to the best of their abilities, Sure Foam said when he heard Gentle Snow's report. Then, he eagerly took out the origin myth and inserted a complete God Chaser set into the origin space. System. Origin space has detected the God Chaser set. Strengthening and modifying it will cost 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. You wish to proceed? That many? Sure Foam couldn't help but frown when he saw the cost. He could already produce an inferior divine artifact with 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Even so, he did not hesitate to strengthen the God Chaser set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3703. Chapter 777, Continental Championship begins. Chapter 3703, Chapter 777, Continental Championship begins. Chapter 777, Continental Championship begins. Shattering Town, Zero Wings Residence. As soon as Sure Foam injected 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal into the origin space, a colorful radiance enveloped the God Chaser set. Subsequently, countless magic arrays and divine runes poured into the God Chaser set, causing the mana radiated by the equipment set to rise in density. This process lasted for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a brand new God Chaser set appeared in Sure Feng's hands. How did it go, Guild Leader? Gentle Snow eagerly asked when she saw Sure Feng inspecting the strengthened God Chaser set. Sure Feng had directly informed Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss about his plans to use the 7 Luminaries crystals he acquired from Verdant Rainbow to strengthen the God Chaser sets. Hence, Gentle Snow wasn't surprised by what just happened. However, that didn't stop her from growing curious about the outcome of the strengthening process. Take a look yourself, Sure Feng said as he shared the new God Chaser set statistics with Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow was done reading the new God Chaser set's attributes, excitement appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "Amazing! The strengthened God Chaser set is simply beyond extraordinary." After being strengthened, not only did the epic-ranked God Chaser set's quality advance to the fragmented legendary standard, but its set effects also underwent drastic changes. At the epic rank, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect only increased physique by 50%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the basic attributes the set provided by 80%. As for the 8-piece set effect, it elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard while lowering the equipment requirement to level 200. When players equipped the set, the basic attributes they could gain would be similar to if they were fully equipped with legendary equipment, after ascending to the fragmented legendary rank. Though, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect increased physique by 100%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the set's basic attributes by 120% and improved the wearer's skill and spell completion rates by 10%. As for the 8-piece set effect, although it similarly elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard, the equipment requirement was changed to Tier 6 only. So long as players were at Tier 6, they could equip the set at any level. On top of that, the 8-piece set effect also improved neural responses by 50%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that so long as a Tier 6 player equipped the fragmented, legendary-ranked God Chaser set, they would instantly become a monster of the new era. Setting aside the fact that the set allowed level 180 Tier 6 players to have basic attributes surpassing level 200 Tier 6 gods, just the fact that it increased skill and spell completion rates by 10% and improved all neural responses by 50% were enough to make it beyond incredible. In the era after the major system updates implementation, the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set could artificially raise a player's combat standards by 1 or 2 levels. At this time, Gentle Snow even had the feeling that if she equipped this new God Chaser set, she could defeat even veteran 5th floor experts in battle. When on offense, she could simply rely on her basic attributes to overwhelm her opponents. Even if her opponents could predict her every move, it'd be meaningless if their bodies couldn't keep up with her attack speed and strength. When on defense, even if she failed to predict her opponent's actions, she could rely on her exceptional neural responses to react to all of the actions they executed. Unless her opponents could overwhelm her in attack speed, attack power, or strength, they would be helpless against her. These 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal were well spent. When Shifeng saw the new God Chaser set, the sting he previously felt disappeared. With 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, he could probably scrape together a full set of legendary equipment. Although its performance would most likely be below average, it was a full set of legendary equipment nonetheless. Yet, the Origin myth had asked for a similar sum just to upgrade the God Chaser set's quality from epic to fragmented legendary. No matter how he looked at it, he was definitely losing big time. However, after seeing the new God Chaser set's attributes, he only had one thing to say: worth it. Subsequently, Shifeng strengthened 3 more epic-ranked God Chaser sets, not hesitating even in the slightest throughout the process. Of the 4 sets, he kept 1 set for himself while distributing the 3 other sets to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Then, when they equipped the fragmented legendary-ranked God Chaser sets, all 4 of them saw a huge increase in their basic attributes. Shifeng, in particular, saw the greatest improvement. Up until this point, he had been using the damaged sacred armor. Now that he had replaced it with the fragmented legendary-ranked God Chaser set, his basic attributes instantly skyrocketed, and they now rivaled that of level 200 ancient gods. In his current state, he could be regarded as a humanoid boss even in the greater god's domain, let alone the eternal realm. As for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss, they behaved like children who had acquired a new toy when they received their respective God Chaser sets. They excitedly went to the guild residence's combat rooms to conduct various tests, only settling down a day later after they had destroyed all of the residence's combat rooms and received complaints from the Zero Wing members trying to refine themselves in Shattering Town. Guild Leader Black Flame, the championship has begun. I'm already in front of your residence. How are your preparations coming along? Verdant Rainbow asked through the video chat as she looked at Shifeng, who was in the midst of drawing some runes. You're here already? When Shifeng saw that Verdant Rainbow was already outside the residence's entrance, he quickly finished engraving the last core divine pattern needed for the Tower of the Abyss and handed it to the architect waiting before him. Then he said to Verdant Rainbow, "Preparations on my side are done. I'll meet you at the entrance." While Gentle Snow and the others were acclimatizing to the new God Chaser sets, Shifeng didn't let himself stay idle, choosing to help the guild's architects engrave the divine patterns they had trouble with. Now that the technical issues were resolved, the architects would only need several more days to complete the Tower of the Abyss and let Shattering Town bask in the same glory the Holy Race's holy city had enjoyed in his previous life. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence, entrance. Although the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's blockade on the Shattering Basin remained strong and scared off many players from visiting Shattering Town, it did not stop a bunch of independent players from joining Zero Wing and teleporting to the town via guild transfer scrolls. In just a little over a day, Zero Wing had gained so many Tier 6 experts that there was now a constant stream of them entering and leaving the guild residence. Meanwhile, after Verdant Rainbow concluded her call with Shifeng, she and the Berserker youth standing beside her only had to wait a while before Shifeng stepped out of the residence with Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss in tow. Why is it them? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but knit her brows a little when she saw the three individuals behind Shifeng. Originally, Verdant Rainbow thought Zero Wing still had some frightening experts hidden. She never thought Shifeng would choose to bring Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow was very familiar with these three individuals. They were also currently regarded by the various powers as Zero Wing's strongest experts. In terms of combat standards, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were both veteran 5th floor experts, while Gentle Snow had also recently advanced to the 5th floor standard. If compared to the various pseudo-Apex powers experts, these three could definitely stand among the very top. However, they could only be considered first-rate when compared to the various Apex powers experts, and even worse if compared to the participants of the Continental Championship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3704, Chapter 778, Death Wind the Divine Eye. Chapter 3704, Chapter 778, Death Wind the Divine Eye. Chapter 778, Death Wind the Divine Eye. Rainbow, is Black Flame messing with you? The Berserker youth wearing the 7 Luminaries Alliance's guild emblem grew furious when he saw Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow had exhausted every avenue available to her to increase her chances of performing well in the upcoming Continental Championship. She had even borrowed a divine artifact from the guild. Likewise, he, a reserve chosen one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance and the owner of the title Demonic Spear, had asked for many favors before he finally managed to borrow a divine spear from the guild. For the sake of securing a good placing in the Continental Championship, the two of them had essentially put everything they had on the line. Yet, Zero Wing had made a complete fool of them by sending out the likes of Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. In fact, aside from combat standards, even the levels of these three individuals were a complete joke. Currently, experts standing at the forefront of the Eternal Realm were already averaging at level 192. Yet Gentle Snow was only at level 187, while Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were at level 181 and level 182, respectively. Their levels couldn't even be considered third-rate in the current Eternal Realm. Of course, having a low level was still a forgivable sin following the introduction of the Continental Championship's new rule. However, what was unforgivable was that the equipment of these three individuals was radiating the glow effect of fragmented legendary items. A fragmented legendary equipment set might be considered good in the World Arc, but in the Continental Championship, where the chosen ones of the 3 continents gathered, such equipment was only fit for beggars. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you sure you're going to have the 3 of them participate? Verdant Rainbow asked Shifeng in a questioning and confused tone. Although Shifeng had concealed his weapons and equipment with an advanced black cloak, Gentle Snow, and the others did not. So, even a level 0 player could see they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. In the Continental Championship, where legendary equipment was considered the bare minimum, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss would be fortunate if they didn't become the butt of everyone's jokes, let alone serve as capable combatants. Yes, they'll be coming with us, Shifeng said, nodding. Then he turned his gaze to the Berserker youth behind Verdant Rainbow and asked, "And this must be Death Wind the Demonic Spear, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's latest reserve chosen one, right? Do you know me?" Death Wind looked at Shifeng in surprise. He was currently using a special tool to hide his personal information. Even master-ranked identification skills should not be able to uncover his level, much less his name. It should be known that his name remained a secret in the greater God's domain, and only a few among the 7 Luminaries Alliance knew about it. Most people only addressed him as the demonic spear. Naturally, who wouldn't know of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's chosen one candidate? Shifeng faintly smiled as he looked at Deathwind. Deathwind was very well known in Shifeng's previous life, so much so that it gave Zero Wing a huge headache. Presently, Deathwind might be known as the Demonic Spear, a title given to him by the 7 Luminaries Alliance, but he went by a different title in Shifeng's previous life. It was also a title known by all in the greater God's domain. The Divine Eye, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. Although nurtured by the 7 Luminaries Alliance during the early years of his God's Domain career, Deathwind was secretly a spy working for Demon's Gate. When Deathwind ultimately betrayed the 7 Luminaries Alliance, he caused the Alliance to suffer a huge loss. He would then become known as the Divine Eye, an existence feared by all in the greater God's domain. You are very well informed, Guild Leader Black Flame. Deathwind looked at Shifeng cautiously when he heard the other party's words. For some reason, he felt like a ferocious beast was watching him, and the feeling sent chills down his back. My information network can only be considered subpar when compared to yours, Mr. Deathwind. While keeping his gaze on Deathwind, Shifeng deepened his smile and asked, I overheard you saying that I was messing with Miss Rainbow just now. May I know what you mean by that? It's a misunderstanding, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Verdant Rainbow heard Shifeng's question, she knew that Shifeng must have overheard everything Deathwind said just now. It wasn't all that surprising that Shifeng had overheard their conversation, either. When players reach Tier 6, they achieve inhuman levels in all physical aspects. Naturally, this included their hearing capabilities. So long as Tier 6 players were paying attention, they could even hear someone speaking softly from several hundred yards away. In fact, this was common knowledge in the greater God's domain. Hence, although Deathwind had kept his voice down when speaking about Zero Wing, he had actually spoken intending to let Shifeng hear him. However, Deathwind couldn't be faulted for his opinion of Zero Wing. After all, he had gone to great lengths to prepare for the Continental Championship. It was understandable he would be upset to see Zero Wing treat the Continental Championship so lightly. It's not a misunderstanding. Sweeping his gaze across gentle snow, fervent samsara, and heavy abyss, Deathwind bluntly said to Shifeng, the Continental Championship is full of experts. I had to put everything on the line to get into this party. You, Guild Leader Black Flame, on the other hand, are having 3 people equipped with only fragmented legendary equipment participate. If you're not messing with us, what are you doing? I see. In response to Deathwind's unceremonious questioning, Shifeng maintained his smile as he said, In that case, how about we make a bet, Mr. Deathwind? A bet? Looking at Shifeng strangely, Deathwind asked, What are we betting? The cloud piercer in your possession. Shifeng said as he glanced at the divine spear on Deathwind's back. If I win, the cloud piercer will belong to me. If I lose, I will give you a divine artifact of similar quality as the cloud piercer. How about it? The cloud piercer was a very well-known divine artifact in Shifeng's previous life, and it was in a completely different league compared to the one currently in Deathwind's possession. Although the current cloud piercer was also rated as a divine artifact, it was actually damaged and incomplete. The complete cloud piercer, on the other hand, could rank among the greater God's domain's 10 great divine artifacts. Moreover, Although the Cloud Piercer was currently regarded to be on loan from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the truth of the matter was that Demon's Gate had secretly given it to Deathwind to help elevate his status in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. A divine artifact of similar quality. You are aware that my Cloud Piercer is not a run-of-the-mill item, right? Deathwind had his interest piqued. How do you intend to carry out this bet? Simple. Chuckling, Shurfeng said, since you deem the three of them unqualified, how about we compare your score in the preliminaries with theirs? So, you're saying that so long as my score is better than that of one of the three of them, I will win? Is that right? Deathwind asked, seizing the opportunity to insert a condition of his own. Deathwind, verdant Rainbow, glared at Deathwind. She never thought Deathwind would have no intention of easing the relationship between the two sides. Ignoring Verdant Rainbow, Deathwind continued, I am only one person, while there are three people on your side, Guild Leader Black Flame. You can't possibly expect me to surpass all three of their scores, right? Of course not, Shurfeng said with a smile. So long as you can match 1/3 of any of their scores in the preliminaries, I will consider it your victory. What do you think? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3705, Chapter 779, Crucible, Chapter 3705. Chapter 779, Crucible Chapter 779, Crucible Guild Leader Black Flame. Have you lost your mind? When Verdant Rainbow heard Shurfeng taking the initiative to offer such an overwhelmingly favorable condition to Deathwind, she couldn't help but feel that Shurfeng was being a little too reckless. The Continental Championships preliminaries ranked participating parties based on their accumulated points. Party members would be shuffled into different groups during the preliminaries, and they had to fight all other members of the group in a round-robin manner. Meanwhile, only the top 10 members of each group would receive points. Each group would typically have 21 players. In other words, each player would need to fight in 20 matches during the preliminaries, and they would be ranked based on the number of victories they achieved. The player coming in first place would receive 20 points, second place would receive 10 points, third place would receive 9 points, fourth place would receive 8 points, and so on, ending with 10th place receiving 2 points. Verdant Rainbow understood Deathwind's strength well. Although weaker than her, going by her experience in participating in the Continental Championship, he should have a high chance of securing an 8th place position in the preliminaries. Even if he underperformed, he should come in 10th place at the very least. In other words, if any of Zero Wing's 3 members failed to get into the top 3 of their respective groups, Shurfeng would lose the bet. Furthermore, should Deathwind rank 5th in his group, even if Zero Wing's 3 members became their respective groups' champions, Shurfeng would still lose. Don't regret your words, Guild Leader Black Flame. After staring at Shurfeng in shock, Deathwind revealed a wide grin. Deathwind had never revealed his true strength in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Moreover, for the sake of achieving good results in the upcoming Continental Championship, he had paid a hefty price to borrow 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Paired with the Cloud Piercer, he now had basic attributes that could closely rival that of level 200 Tier 6 gods. With such basic attributes, he could even try to go for a top 5 placement in the preliminaries, let alone the top 10. In other words, if Deathwind accepted the bet, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss must become the champions of their respective groups. Otherwise, Shurfeng would lose the bet. Meanwhile, if Shurfeng fulfilled his side of the bet and gave him a divine artifact, no weaker than the Cloud Piercer, Deathwind was confident he could instantly become the Seven Luminaries Alliance's strongest chosen one of this generation. He would also have a very high likelihood of becoming one of the Senate's 12 Grand Elders. Naturally, Shurfeng nodded as he took out a God's domain contract. Ranking first in the preliminaries might be difficult for others, but it was an easy task for the current gentle snow, fervent samsara, and heavy abyss. After all, they weren't just equipped with the new God Chaser set right now. They were also equipped with the Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set. Speaking purely in terms of basic attributes, physique, and mana, the three of them were superior to even level 200 Tier 6 gods. So long as the three of them did not meet any of the peerless monsters in his previous life, they should almost be guaranteed to become the champions of their respective groups. This was also why he dared to promise Verdant Rainbow a top 4 placement in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, so long as he acquired the Cloud Piercer, not only could he hamper Deathwind's growth, but he could also give Fervent Samsara, who was a spear user, an excellent weapon. That way, even after the Eternal Realms mainstream players reached level 200, Zero Wing would rest easy knowing that it had a taboo-level existence safeguarding its assets. After all, once mainstream players reached level 200, guild towns would essentially become defenseless if they did not have a taboo-level existence protecting it. It was especially so on the Western continent. Although Shifeng had a city-building order for the Western continent, he dared not actually use it since Zero Wing didn't have a taboo-level existence who could be assigned to defend its guild city. While Shifeng himself could be considered a taboo-level existence, as he was Zero Wing's guild leader, he couldn't afford to be tied down to one location for an extended period. As for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and the others, although they were Zero Wing's top experts in Shifeng's previous life, they had yet to reach their full potential in this life. Of Zero Wing's current members, only Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had the capabilities to defend a guild city after reaching level 200. In the meantime, standing behind Shifeng, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss couldn't help but look at Deathwind sympathetically. They felt that Shifeng was akin to the devil. Rather than betting with Deathwind, it would be more accurate to say that Shifeng was blatantly robbing Deathwind of a divine artifact. Subsequently, Deathwind signed a God's Domain contract with Shifeng over their bet. According to the contract, should one side dare to renege on their promises, they would be permanently banished from God's Domain by the main God system. Not even the divine resurrection water could give them a second chance at entering God's domain. Are you two done? Can we go now? Verdant Rainbow asked in exasperation when she saw Shifeng and Deathwind finish signing the contract. Then, when she received a nod from the two, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her bag and chanted an incantation. A moment later, a space-time gate over 100 meters tall appeared before the party. The gate radiated a frightening aura resembling that of gods, causing many Tier 6 players nearby to suddenly feel the threat of death looming over them. We should hurry. The teleportation gate lasts only a short time, Verdant Rainbow said before walking into the space-time gate. Shifeng, Deathwind, and the others did not hesitate to follow after Verdant Rainbow, all of them disappearing from the residence's entrance and leaving the many players inside and outside the residence stunned. Everyone wondered where Shifeng's party had gone. After all, if even the teleportation gate they used was such a frightening object, the place it led to would naturally be even scarier. Eternal Realm, Crucible of the Ancients. As Shifeng and the others stepped through the space-time gate, they arrived in a grand plaza lined with stone steels and statues. Each stele and statue was upwards of 1,000 meters in height, and they radiated a divine might as strong as that of ancient gods. It was like each stele and statue was a living ancient god, and their presence made the several thousand players in the plaza feel like ants. This is the Crucible of the Ancients. Rumor has it that it once served as a coliseum of life and death for countless ancient beings, and every stele and statue here is a representation of them. Not only do these steels and statues carry great power, but they also hold the legacies of those ancient beings, Verdant Rainbow said. Since this was the first time Death Wind, Feng, and the others had come to the crucible of the ancients, she decided to offer them an explanation of the surrounding steels and statues. While Feng and the others were gazing in awe at the countless steels and statues surrounding them, other human players who were visiting the crucible for the first time were in a similar situation. A hint of fanaticism even colored their eyes when they saw the tallest steels and statues in the plaza. Incredible! Were those 99 10,000-meter tall steels and statues left behind by primordial god-ranked existences? Yes, but they're not the only primordial god-ranked steels and statues the Crucible has to offer. The ones here can be accessed so long as you pass the preliminaries. If you can get into the championship's top 4, you can head to a deeper area that is said to house steels and statues that are tens of thousands of meters tall. The individuals those steels and statues represent are mighty existences, even among primordial god-ranked existences. Snap out of it. Those steels and statues aren't for us. Ordinary parties like ours have no chance of entering the top 4. Many of the royal powers' elite parties can't climb beyond the top 32. You've heard of the Holy Race's Daystar, right? Well, she's the leader of the Sun Dynasty's trump card party, but even she only managed to secure a place in the top 8. There is also Demon's Gate's Star Maiden Elise. Even though she's regarded as a nigh-invincible existence among her peers, she barely managed to reach 10th place in the last Continental Championship. While the human players in the plaza were discussing matters pertaining to the Continental Championship, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss overheard them, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Even that Daystar only managed to get into the top 8. Fervent Samsara muttered in disbelief as he recalled the three-eyed holy race woman he saw during the defensive battle against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Although the three-eyed woman never took any direct action throughout the battle, he could still tell how frightening she was based on her presence. It was evident she was no ordinary fifth-floor expert when it came to combat standards. It was likely she had already reached the unthinking realm, the second stage of the extrasensory realm. In all honesty, Fervent Samsara felt that had Daystar taken action back then, the outcome of the defensive siege would have been much less decisive. Only, as Daystar was evidently trying to hide her strength, she never took action throughout the battle. While Fervent Samsara and the others were in a daze, many of the players in the plaza suddenly turned to look at a party that had just arrived. At a glance, it was obvious that all 6 members of this party were fully equipped with legendary equipment. Each member also wielded at least one divine weapon. Of the party's members, the one who stood out the most was a 4-armed young man. The young man gave off the presence of a god as he stood there, and it felt like the world revolved around him. He's the Holy Race's strongest representative. Divine Fist Garuda, Verdant Rainbow whispered, wearing a serious expression as she introduced the 4-armed young man's identity to Feng and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3706, Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters. Chapter 3706, Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters. Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters. So, he's the Divine Fist? Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the 4-armed young man when he heard Verdant Rainbow's whispered introduction. Divine Fist Garuda was a name known by all among the Holy Race and the human race in Feng's previous life. However, few people had ever seen Garuda in person. Most people had only ever heard of his terror. Garuda was the strongest chosen one of the Thunder Empire, a royal power of the Holy Race. He had strictly limited his sphere of activity to the Western continent and never participated in the war between the Holy Race and the human race. Yet, human players still felt that Garuda was extremely powerful. This was due to the rumor that even the Eternal Realm's three absolutes were defeated by Garuda. However, as nobody had any evidence showing Garuda and the three absolutes clashing, many people speculated that their encounter occurred during the Continental Championship, and that Garuda was the reason the three absolutes failed to progress beyond the top four. Originally, Shifeng thought Garuda should be relatively old, considering that the other party could defeat the three absolutes in his previous life. However, now that he was seeing Garuda in person, he doubted the other party was even 20 years old, an unthinking realm expert who wasn't even 20 years of age. It should be known that most fifth-floor experts could only dream of achieving the unthinking realm. Although many peerless paragons had tried, most had failed to reach it within their lifetimes. But for those few who could reach the unthinking realm before the age of 30, they would be considered once-in-a-century monsters and prodigies who defied common sense. After reaching the extrasensory realm, players could start to use their sixth sense to predict their opponent's attacks and execute counterattacks. However, this didn't mean that players would become invincible once they reached this realm. As living creatures, humans needed time to think. No matter how quick a person's reaction speed was, their body would still need some time to make a response. Thus, when players at the extrasensory realm fought each other, the fight would turn into a competition of speed. However, that would only be the case for players in the extrasensory realm's first stage. Upon reaching the unthinking realm, players would no longer need to rely on their brain's thoughts to carry out actions. Instead, their bodies would move automatically, akin to moving entirely based on instincts. This, in turn, allowed players to execute actions at unbelievable speeds. Normally, though, if players wanted to reach the unthinking realm, they would need to invest a significant amount of time in harsh training and combat. This was so that they could develop their body's instincts. Hence, players who could reach the unthinking realm were typically old monsters of advanced age. Yet Garuda had reached this realm despite being younger than 20. His talent for combat was so out of this world that even the three absolutes could never hope to match him. He even had the Thunder Empire, a royal power no weaker than the Sun Dynasty, to back him. With such talent and backing, his future would be limitless. Aside from Garuda, Shifeng also spotted a familiar lithe figure among Garuda's party. Angel of Death, Extreme Feather. Since they last met outside the Nameless City's treasury, Extreme Feather had become considerably stronger. Not only was she currently at level 192, tier 6, but she was also fully equipped with legendary equipment and wielded two crescent blades that were clearly divine weapons. At the same time as Shifeng noticed Extreme Feather, the Angel of Death similarly noticed him. Do you know that human swordsman Feather? Noticing that Extreme Feather was looking at Shifeng specifically, Garuda curiously asked, "Is he strong?" Extreme Feather was the most recent addition to the Thunder Empire's chosen ones. She had an aloof personality, and she rarely showed interest outside of developing her combat skills. So it was a rare sight for her to give anyone more than a glance. "It's nothing." Retracting her gaze from Shifeng, Extreme Feather said, "He's just a little thief with higher than normal concentration standards." The last time they met, Extreme Feather had watched Shifeng resist a mental attack from a tier 6 Gorgon Queen, and she had to admit that it was indeed a surprising sight. However, that was the only remarkable trait Shifeng possessed. Nothing else about him stood out, and if concentration was the only thing he had going on for him, he'd remain insignificant in front of true experts. When Garuda heard Extreme Feather's evaluation, he stopped paying attention to Shifeng and the human race in general. Of the three races participating in the Continental Championship, the human race was the weakest. Even their strongest party had failed to enter the top 8 in the last championship, ending with only a 10th place placement. Rather than waste his time on such a harmless opponent, it would be better if he focused on his strongest competition for today. Subsequently, Garuda turned his gaze toward a particular party from the Crystallians standing in the middle of the plaza. The members of this party looked virtually the same as humans. Only they were 5 to 6 meters tall, and they each had a crystal the size of their eyeballs growing out of their foreheads. They all wore robe-like clothing and carried various staffs on their backs. They neither radiated mana nor holy power. In fact, they did not radiate any sort of energy from their bodies. Yet whenever they moved, it felt like the space around them was having difficulties supporting their existence. Regarding the Crystallians, many human players all looked toward them with eyes full of curiosity. Unlike the Holy Race, the Crystallians were never seen even once on the Eternal Continent, much less engaged the human race in territorial battles like the Holy Race. Most human players operating in the Eternal Realm didn't even know a third race of players existed. However, for human players who had participated in the Continental Championship, they knew that there were indeed 3 races of players in the Eternal Realm. Only, the Crystallians did not operate on the Eternal Continent or the Western Continent. Instead, their operations were limited to a mysterious continent that neither the human race nor the Holy Race had come in touch with thus far. Meanwhile, in terms of overall strength, the Crystallians were slightly weaker than the Holy Race, but were still considerably stronger than the human race. As evidence, the Crystallians had 6 royal powers. As for the Crystallian party Garuda was looking at, it was none other than the party that came in second place in the last Continental Championship. The party was led by Earthen Princess Rin, the Crystallians' strongest representative, and someone who nearly defeated Garuda in battle in the last championship. While Garuda was looking at Rin, the latter also turned to look at him, their gazes clearly indicating that they regarded each other as their strongest opponent in this championship. No wonder Miss Rainbow thinks it will be a challenge to even get through the preliminaries. When Gentle Snow saw the 3 races of players gathered in the plaza, she couldn't help but grow a little excited. Every player here is at the 5th floor standard and fully equipped with legendary equipment. Even if put in the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, they can become vice commanders at the very least. It's not surprising. Only 420 parties can participate in each championship. Even if all 420 slots are filled, that only translates to 2,520 players. That is nothing compared to the player base of the 3 races that number in the quadrillions, Sure Fong said, as he calmly swept his gaze across the players in the plaza. It should be known that the participants of the current Continental Championship were limited to only the players operating in the Eternal Realm. Once the 3 races located the Eternal Realm's entrance, the intensity of the Continental Championship would skyrocket to unimaginable heights. It would become so intense that even the top 20 experts on the current Divine Glory list might not make it past the preliminaries. This was also why many experts in his previous life sought to participate in the Continental Championship. Simply being able to participate in the championship's preliminaries was a priceless learning opportunity for many players. Not to mention, should one successfully get through the preliminaries, one would get the opportunity to trade blows with the apex existences of the 3 races. Shortly after Shurfeng finished speaking, a deafening voice sounded across the plaza. "Congratulations, all ye heavens blessed. Welcome to the Crucible of the Ancients. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3707, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle. Chapter 3707, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle. Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle. As the loud voice echoed across the plaza, everyone felt the power of space and time restraining their bodies. Even those with basic attributes as strong as Tier 6 gods found themselves immobilized completely. Immediately afterward, 120 miniature worlds materialized above the plaza, each encompassing a 1,000-meter radius. Then, as soon as these miniature worlds appeared, the 2,520 players in the plaza were randomly assigned into groups of 21 and drawn into these miniature worlds. Heavens blessed, you have been separated from your parties and assigned to one of 120 groups. In each group, you are required to fight your fellow contenders in a round-robin tournament, and each victory you achieve will influence the points you receive at the end of the preliminaries. If you wish for your party to pass the preliminaries, your party's total points must be within the top 32. Parties who fail to rank among the top 32 will be disqualified, but those who rank among the top 64 may stay behind to spectate. Everyone else will be teleported back to where they came from. Now, without further ado, I announce the start of the Continental Championships preliminaries. May each group's selected contenders step onto the ring. When the players who were drawn into the miniature worlds heard the deafening voices announcement, they started to scrutinize the players around them, fighting spirit burning in their eyes. They obviously understood that all the players drawn into the same miniature world were their opponents. Are these newcomers my opponents this time? What the hell? This isn't fair. Why did I get assigned to the same group as Garuda? You're saying that's unfair? How about you take a look at my group? My group has 10 members of parties who made it past the preliminaries last time. When the players in the 120 miniature worlds were done inspecting their opponents, some grew excited, while some had the urge to cry. When it came to parties capable of passing the Continental Championships preliminaries, not a single one had any incompetent party members. After all, parties were ranked based on their total points in the preliminaries. If a party member did poorly in the preliminaries, it would severely impact the party's overall performance. Because of this, the members of such qualifying parties could typically rank among the top 10 of their respective groups in the preliminaries, even if they were put against strong opponents. If they got put against weak opponents, they could even try to get into the top 6 or 7. After the major system update, players would expend a considerable amount of stamina and concentration in every battle. Although players could not truly die in the Continental Championship, they would still consume stamina and concentration in every match they fought, and none of it would be replenished. If they encountered a tough fight in their first few matches, it would adversely impact their performance in subsequent matches. Of course, participants could also forfeit a match outright to conserve their stamina and concentration. But for those capable of participating in the Continental Championship, who would be willing to give up without a fight? How interesting. I didn't think we would be assigned to the same group. When Venom Tail saw Shurfeng, similarly assigned to Miniature World 085, he felt pleasantly surprised and nervous at the same time. Previously, Venom Tail had taken a huge hit to his reputation in Sovereign Mark because of Shurfeng. The encounter in Shattering Town had even allowed Chalk Splendor to make fun of him. Yet, all he could do at the time was grind his teeth in anger and frustration. Now, though, not only did he come across Shurfeng again in the Continental Championship, but they were also assigned to the same group in the preliminaries. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for him to get revenge. As for why Venom Tail felt nervous, it was because he would be fighting Shurfeng in his 10th match. In a situation where they were both individuals ranked on the Transcendent list, he couldn't confidently say he could defeat Shurfeng. After the various parties learned of their party members' grouping, Verdant Rainbow's expression turned a little ugly. Damn it! How are we so unlucky? Verdant Rainbow had the urge to curse out loud when she saw the groups her party members were assigned. The groups she, Shurfeng, and Deathwind were assigned were still relatively normal. The strongest member of their groups was only a member of a top 16 party. Their groups also only had up to 2 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries in the last Continental Championship. Moreover, none of them were key members of their parties. As for the rest of their group members, they were relatively unknown experts among the 3 races. However, it was a different story for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider their groups as hell. Each of them had to face anywhere from 7 to 10 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries. The situation was especially bad in Miniature World 006. The world Gentle Snow was assigned. In addition to having to face 10 contenders who had successfully made it past the preliminaries in the past, she also had to face a key member of the previous championship's top 8 party, Returning Blade, the Soulbreaker. In terms of individual strength, Returning Blade could rank among the top 20 in the last Continental Championship. His ability to transform into a soul-breaking beast made it life-threatening for his opponents to face him head-on. Anyone struck by the soul-breaking beast would not only lose HP, but also have a portion of their souls devoured. Moreover, the soul-breaking beast would usually remain in an ethereal form and only materialize when launching an attack, making it immune to attacks most of the time. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's first battle in her group was against Returning Blade. Should Gentle Snow refuse to forfeit her match and insist on fighting Returning Blade, she might as well not fight in the remaining 19 matches. Guild Leader Black Flame, how about advising Gentle Snow to forfeit her match against Returning Blade? Returning Blade is no ordinary expert. After the major system update, the threat of his soul-breaking beast has most likely risen to a whole new level. Even trading blows with him would severely impact her performance in subsequent matches. Verdant Rainbow hurriedly said after contacting Sure Foam. Gentle Snow was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, so Verdant Rainbow didn't think it would be appropriate for an outsider like herself to persuade the other party. After all, the Continental Championship was a precious opportunity for expert players to clash with apex experts of foreign races in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, only Sure Foam, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had the qualifications to dissuade Gentle Snow from proceeding with her fight with Returning Blade. Miss Rainbow, I think we should leave this decision to Snow's judgment. While Returning Blade might be a powerful foe, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders are no pushovers, either, Sure Foam said. Despite seeing the worry on Verdant Rainbow's face, he had no intention of intervening in Gentle Snow's decisions. Ever since Gentle Snow had been chosen by Fate's guidance, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that she had equipped the new God Chaser set, even Sure Foam had no idea how strong she had become. Although there was still a possibility Gentle Snow might not be a match for Returning Blade, he doubted she would be outright defeated. Meanwhile, Verdant Rainbow was at a loss of words after hearing Sure Feng's refusal. At this rate, their party might not even be able to make it past the preliminaries, let alone enter the championship's top 4. At the same time, Deathwind couldn't help but smile when he was done inspecting the groups to which he and his party members were assigned. Setting Gentle Snow aside, it would be a miracle if Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss could place 5th in their respective groups. Now, all he had to do was place 10th in his group to win his bet with Sure Foam. Miniature World 006's second match is over. Winner, Black Jade of the Holy Race. Miniature World 006's third match will now begin. May the Holy Race's Returning Blade and the human race's Gentle Snow take the ring. TL notes, 1 Fate's Guidance. To recap, Fate's Guidance is referring to the Goddess Armament set that appeared in Chapter 554. I don't know what Gentle Snow had been chosen by Fate's Guidance means exactly, but I doubt Gentle Snow has already conquered all 12 trials, as she still needs to equip the God Chaser set. A more likely scenario is that she has cleared 1 or 2 trials and obtained some of the goddess's legacy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3708, Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Chapter 3708, Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 006. I finally get to see Returning Blade fight again. That human girl sure is unlucky to meet Returning Blade on her first match. I wonder how far she can push Returning Blade. It would be great if she could get him to reveal some of his cards. Who do you take Returning Blade for? He's already considered one of the top 20 experts in the last Continental Championship. Now that he has replaced his staff and all of his equipment, it's obvious he has become much stronger. At this point, I'd be grateful if that human girl could even burn some of Returning Blade's stamina, let alone force him to reveal his cards. I guess you're right. Let's hope the human girl can last a little longer. When the participants in Miniature World 006 saw Returning Blade and Gentle Snow step onto the ring, they started a hushed discussion among themselves. Of the 21 participants assigned to Miniature World 006, most deemed Returning Blade to be the strongest among them. So, whether they could rank first in the group depended on whether they could defeat Returning Blade. If it was before the major system update, none of them would have even considered defeating Returning Blade. However, following the major system update, the limitation that stamina and concentration placed on players had increased substantially, making it very challenging for players to fight at their peak for prolonged periods. Thus, so long as Returning Blade failed to conserve his stamina and concentration adequately in his first few matches, it was entirely possible for the participants of Miniature World 006 to defeat him. On the ring, Returning Blade and Gentle Snow stood facing each other. Returning Blade was a member of the holy race whose body was covered with holy patterns. He wore a silver-gray leather jacket, and his gaze was as sharp as a snake. Although he looked no older than 30, the way he carried himself indicated that he had already reached the unthinking realm. If placed among human players, he would be considered a monster among monsters. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. When Returning Blade saw that the human female clad in silver armor and carrying a great sword was only at level 187, he unceremoniously said, "You will only be wasting your stamina and concentration by fighting me. You'd be better off conserving them for your subsequent matches. You might even be able to secure a better placement. Admit defeat to conserve my stamina and concentration." Gentle Snow smiled at Returning Blade's suggestion. Then, while grabbing the Chaos Wind Blade from her back, she said, "But I don't think I will have to expend much stamina and concentration fighting you." As soon as Gentle Snow finished speaking, the spectators below the ring rolled their eyes in unison. They all thought that Gentle Snow was crazy beyond salvation. It should be known that Returning Blade was a key member of a top 8 party in the last Continental Championship. Even when compared to the other players among the top 8, few would dare say they were superior in individual strength. One could say that he was second to only experts of the Holy Race's Garuda and the Crystallion's Rin's Caliber. Not to mention, after the major system update, the threat of Returning Blade's soul-breaking beast had risen to a whole new level. Now, even the experts who ranked among the top 10 of the previous Continental Championship would find it a headache to fight him. In contrast, Gentle Snow was a human berserker whose name nobody present had heard before. This proved that the various powers didn't consider her a noteworthy threat. Yet, despite being such an insignificant character, she dared to treat Returning Blade with little regard. Aside from having a few screws loose in her head, what else could lead her to do such a thing? Good. Very good. Returning Blade narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gentle Snow with an icy gaze. The last time I met a human player as audacious as you were when I lost to that girl Elise. Let's see how your audacity stacks up to hers. You're in luck, then. You'll get to experience the same situation again, Gentle Snow calmly said. Returning Blade grew enraged at Gentle Snow's remark. Immediately, he exerted his holy aura and merged it with his staff, sparking a reaction that transformed him into a five-headed beast that was over 20 meters tall. The five-headed beast looked like the agglomeration of countless evil spirits, its body constantly phasing in and out of existence, making it impossible for players to see its appearance clearly. Meanwhile, when the participants below the ring saw returning Blade's soul-breaking beast, they all revealed gloomy looks. He's using his trademark move right off the bat. This soul-breaking beast looks even stronger than the last one he transformed into. The last one only had 3 heads, while this one has 2 more. Moreover, this one's aura is clearly stronger than level 200 Tier 6 gods. When the spectating participants saw the level 192 soul-breaking beast, their souls experienced a suffocating feeling. Those who had seen returning Blade's performance in the last Continental Championship were especially shocked to see how much returning Blade had improved since then. Fusion Holy Art, Holy Beast Incarnation. It was a fusion holy art that allowed players to transform into a soul-breaking beast. Meanwhile, the strength of the soul-breaking beast created could be determined based on the number of heads it had. This was because each additional head a soul-breaking beast possessed meant that it would gain an additional attack method. Normally, when players used a doppelganger skill, they had to control their doppelgangers indirectly through the game's system. The process was akin to manipulating a stringed puppet. However, that was not true for the soul-breaking beast's multiple heads. Each additional head, a soul-breaking beast, had meant that the user could have their consciousness split one more time. This allowed them to manipulate each head directly as if they were manipulating their own body, which, in turn, enabled them to exhibit 100% of their combat standards with every head. Die. As soon as his transformation was complete, returning Blade had the soul-breaking beast's 5 heads strike out at Gentle Snow simultaneously. Each head could extend infinitely and materialize at will. Not only did this make it difficult to predict their attack trajectories, it was also challenging to predict when they would materialize. Furthermore, all 5 heads could carry out their attacks without any need for thought, making it nigh impossible to evade them. Meanwhile, as returning Blade expected, Gentle Snow could not evade all of his attacks. Hence, she opted not to evade them. Instead, she raised the Chaos Wind Blade and executed a downward swing. Then, all of a sudden, the ground within a 50-yard radius of Gentle Snow sank. 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads that were in the middle of launching an attack on Gentle Snow also fell to the ground, like metal attracted to a powerful magnet. My attacks couldn't connect. Returning Blade couldn't help but doubt his 5 senses at this moment. The soul-breaking beast's body was his body, so he could feel everything it felt. Originally, 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads had materialized and were about to clamp down their jaws on Gentle Snow. Yet, an invisible force had abruptly cut their advance short and redirected their attack trajectory when they were only a finger's width away from reaching her. Aside from returning Blade, the spectating participants below the ring were similarly confused as to what had just happened. So, this is the goddess's sword technique? While watching the live broadcast of Gentle Snow's match, Surefoam vaguely figured out how Gentle Snow achieved what she had just done. At a glance, it was obvious Gentle Snow had somehow created a downward wind pressure on the area around herself. Although returning Blade's soul-breaking beast maintained an ethereal form, so long as it materialized, it would immediately be subjected to this downward pressure. It was also evident that the soul-breaking beasts' heads were not immune to the pressure, as they had their attack trajectories forcibly redirected. However, What Surefoam couldn't figure out was what Gentle Snow had done to create this continuous wind pressure. It was an attack method he had never seen Gentle Snow use before, and he could only assume it was a combat technique she had learned through Fate's guidance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3709, Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation. Chapter 3709, Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation. Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation. Am I hallucinating? Why didn't returning Blade's attack connect? This human girl is amazing. She actually stopped an attack from returning Blade. Are we going to see the birth of a new monster in the Continental Championship? When the spectators of Miniature World 006 saw Gentle Snow stopping returning Blade's attacks, although they didn't understand how exactly she accomplished it, they knew how incredible of an accomplishment it was. This made them change their opinions of Gentle Snow. Before the match between Gentle Snow and returning Blade began, everyone thought the match was overwhelmingly in returning Blade's favor. But now, they felt that the match could go either way, and they immediately started to pay closer attention to the match. Normally, a matchup between experts of returning Blade's caliber would only occur in the Continental Championship's main event. For this reason, only parties who could rank among the top 64 would get to spectate such matchups. It seems I have underestimated you. However, this is only the beginning. Ultimately, returning Blade was an expert among experts. Although he couldn't quite understand how Gentle Snow had redirected the soul-breaking beast's attacks, he quickly realigned his emotions and made his next move. Holy Art, supersize! Suddenly, the soul-breaking beast's body expanded, transforming into a behemoth over 300 meters tall and occupying a considerable section of the ring. Gentle Snow also looked no different than an ant in front of the soul-breaking beast's mountainous figure. Let's see how you deflect my attack this time. As soon as returning Blade finished speaking, one of the soul-breaking beast's gigantic heads opened its maw to clamp down on Gentle Snow. Not only did the current attack have a significantly greater AoE, but the power it exerted could also rival an all-out attack from a level 200 Tier 6 god. Additionally, because of Supersize's effects, even if Gentle Snow could similarly deflect this stronger attack, the soul-breaking beast could alternatively choose to materialize itself only after it had devoured Gentle Snow already. Although doing so would not deprive Gentle Snow of any HP, it would subject her to the soul-corroding properties of the soul-breaking beast's attacks. Returning Blade had learned Supersize thanks to the guidance he received in the last championship. Originally, he had intended to reserve it as a trump card for when he went up against the members of the previous championship's top 8 parties during the main event. However, now that Gentle Snow had shown herself capable of stopping his trademark move, he naturally couldn't afford to conserve his strength anymore. The preliminaries this time were much more competitive than the last championship, so if possible, he would prefer to defeat his opponents as quickly as possible. That way, he could conserve his stamina and concentration to the greatest extent to deal with future variables. Trying to use size to your advantage? Let's see who comes out on top. Then, when Gentle Snow saw the soul-breaking beast's gigantic, ethereal head descending upon her, she abruptly inserted the Chaos Wind Blade into the ground and gathered her mana into the weapon. Simultaneously, whether it was mana or holy power, all forms of energy in the ring began gathering around the Chaos Wind Blade, causing the weapon to give off a colorful radiance that brightly illuminated the entire miniature world. Is this a human skill? That's not right. Aren't the human race's skills and spells supposed to use mana only? How is she absorbing the holy race's holy power as well? The spectators of Miniature World 006 were in disbelief when they saw what was happening before their eyes. In fact, even Surefoam, who was watching the match's live broadcast, was a little dumbfounded. The energy used by every race of players in God's domain was preordained. Human players could only use mana, while holy race players could use only holy power. It was impossible for the two races to use each other's energy. Although never explicitly stated, everyone regarded this as an ironclad law in God's domain. Yet Gentle Snow had broken this supposed law. Subsequently, when the soul-breaking beast's attacking head came within 10 yards of her, Gentle Snow suddenly removed the Chaos Wind Blade from the ground in a dramatic manner, causing everyone in the miniature world to feel a gentle breeze brushing past their face. Did her execution fail? The spectators below the ring couldn't help but be confused by this situation. They couldn't see Gentle Snow's actions yielding any effects. They also couldn't see anything happening to the soul-breaking beast's attacking head. So, their immediate reaction was to assume Gentle Snow had failed to execute whatever move she was trying to use. However, the spectators quickly noticed something was wrong. More specifically, they noticed that the soul-breaking beast had stopped moving entirely. Immediately afterward, the spectators below the ring found their vision darkening. Then, before they realized it, they were in the air and free-falling. What's going on? The spectators in Miniature World 006 were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was happening. However, Feng and Verdant Rainbow, who were watching the match through the live broadcast, saw what happened very clearly. After Gentle Snow removed her greatsword from the ground, the space within Miniature World 006 was flipped upside down. It wasn't that the spectators had suddenly appeared in midair, but that these players were falling toward the sky. Even the soul-breaking beast, who remained in an ethereal state, was affected by this change. Gravity manipulation? Feng was greatly shocked by this scene. Previously, he had assumed Gentle Snow's sword technique was related to wind pressure. However, looking at it now, that didn't seem to be the case at all. In its ethereal state, the soul-breaking beast was immune to all physical and magical attacks. The only thing that could affect it was gravity. This was why the soul-breaking beast would fall to the ground should it ever leap into the air. So, now that the direction of Miniature World 006's gravity was reversed, the soul-breaking beast had no choice but to go along with gravity and fall to the miniature world's new ground. Meanwhile, after Feng understood the true nature of the new strength Gentle Snow had grasped, he turned off the live broadcast and focused his attention elsewhere. After all, if Gentle Snow could manipulate gravity, and to such a great extent at that, the soul-breaking beast would gain no advantages from being in an ethereal state. And should Returning Blade try to compete with Gentle Snow in strength, he would quickly find himself outmatched. Essentially, Returning Blade's defeat was assured. Back in Miniature World 006, Returning Blade was in a state of confusion. Currently, he couldn't even figure out what Gentle Snow had done, let alone touch her. To make matters worse, his HP was rapidly depleting over time. At this rate, he would lose over half of his HP by the time he landed. Meanwhile, just like Feng had anticipated, while Returning Blade was preparing for his landing, Gentle Snow reversed the gravity acting on him once more. Ultimately, Returning Blade didn't even get to land an attack on Gentle Snow before he lost all of his HP. Following Returning Blade's defeat, Gentle Snow's fame skyrocketed. No longer was she considered a nobody. Now, she was regarded as a new generation monster who could defeat a top 20 expert from the last Continental Championship. At the same time, everyone also recognized her as the strongest expert in Miniature World 006. Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, is it? When Elise, the leader of Demon's Gate's party, received news of Gentle Snow's achievement, she couldn't help but watch the battle video her party member had shared with her, a hint of intrigue coloring her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3710, Chapter 784, The New Replacing the Old. Chapter 3710, Chapter 784. The New Replacing the Old. Chapter 784. The New Replacing the Old. Who is that human newcomer? I can't believe returning Blade lost to her. Gentle Snow. Could she be a monster secretly nurtured by an apex power? The power of that move has definitely reached the standard of level 200 tier 6 gods already, but why haven't I heard of her before? With such strength, she can probably rank among the top 15 experts in this championship. After the unexpected conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match, the many parties that initially had their attention focused on returning Blade shifted their emphasis to Gentle Snow. Some of the former top-ranking Holy Race and Crystallian parties also began to investigate Gentle Snow, wanting to know all there was to know about her. Returning Blade was a key member of one of the last championship's top 8 parties. Besides the former first and second-ranked parties, every other party was paying close attention to him. After all, if they wished to enter the top 4, they would inevitably cross paths with returning Blade. Of course, the reason why even top-ranking parties had decided to pay attention to Gentle Snow wasn't solely because of her victory against returning Blade. It was also because of how handily she had defeated him. It was obvious she still had some strength hidden, so the various top-ranking parties had to be wary of her. While a party's overall strength played an important role in the Continental Championship's preliminaries, the individual strength of party members would become much more important in the main event. It wasn't strange to see one or two individuals dictating the performance of an entire party. What a powerful sword technique! Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but grow excited when she saw the conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match. No wonder Guild leader Black Flame was so confident. With such strength, she can probably hold her ground against even the former top 8 monsters. Initially, Verdant Rainbow was still considerably worried about Gentle Snow's performance in her supposedly hellish group. She feared that Gentle Snow might fail to score even 1 point. Should that happen, their party could forget about advancing to the main event. However, after seeing Gentle Snow's strength, Verdant Rainbow was confident the woman could compete for the group champion position, let alone the top 10. Meanwhile, so long as a party had one member who managed to become a group champion in the preliminaries, the party would have a considerable chance of getting past the preliminaries. After all, there were only 120 groups in the preliminaries, and the party members of the former top 16 parties would usually become the group champions of most of these groups. This left only a small limited number of slots for other parties. Hence, if a party could have 2 group champions, so long as the other party members didn't perform too terribly, the party would virtually be guaranteed a spot in the main event. This was also why Verdant Rainbow had originally sought to add 2 level 200+ experts from Zero Wing to her party. Contrasting Verdant Rainbow's reaction, Death Wind revealed an ashen look when he finished watching Gentle Snow's match. He never imagined Gentle Snow would be this strong. She was like a completely different person compared to when she fought in the defensive siege against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning of the bad news he would receive. While Deathwind was pinning his hopes on Zero Wing's Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, the two concluded their respective matches and shook Deathwind's world once more. Inside Miniature World 023, Fervent Samsara went up against Mono-Eye Florist, a member of a former top 16 party from the Crystallians, and emerged victorious. Inside Miniature World 045, Heavy Abyss went up against Nightmare Soul, a member of a former top 32 party from the Holy Race, and emerged victorious. Although neither Fervent Samsara nor Heavy Abyss had put on an amazing performance like Gentle Snow, their victories left no room for doubt regarding their strength. Additionally, both Mono-Eye Florist and Nightmare Soul were group champions in the last championship's preliminaries, so while not as strong as returning Blade, they could still be considered powerful experts. Party leader Rin. The party assembled by the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow is quite good. If we include Verdant Rainbow herself, her party now has 4 potential group champions. A young Crystallian man who was over 7 meters tall and carrying a Warhammer said as he finished watching the noteworthy battle videos his subordinates had collected for him. Moreover, these 3 newcomers have all defeated former group champions. That gentle snow woman, in particular, is practically as strong as my party's Dusky Dove. Quite a few geniuses have popped up on the human side since the last championship. Standing beside the young man, Rin, carrying a staff on the back of her 6-meter-tall body, similarly revealed a look of interest after she was done watching the battle videos her subordinate had prepared for her. It's not just the humans. The Holy Race's Sun Dynasty and Thunder Empire have also added 2 incredible newcomers to their parties, Rin said as she shared 2 battle videos with Dead Soul, the tall young man. Although Rin and Dead Soul did not belong to the same power, with the latter being the leader of an independent party, Dead Soul's party was incredibly strong, having secured 4th place in the previous championship. Dead Soul, the Dragon Hammer, was also one of the few experts who could trade blows with the Holy Race's divine Fist Garuda. Meanwhile, of the 2 battle videos Rin shared, the first showed the match of Roaring Flame, a new addition to the party led by the Sun Dynasty's Daystar, while the second showed the match of Extreme Feather, a new addition to the party led by the Thunder Empire's Garuda. Roaring Flame was a young man with crimson skin and golden holy patterns in his eyes, looking like a flame elf at first glance. In his video, he could be seen wielding a silver saber, and he used it to defeat a key member of a former top 8 party in one blow. The might of his attack was so powerful that it had destroyed the entire ring and nearly punctured a hole in the miniature world. As for Extreme Feather, she evoked the image of cold for those who laid eyes on her. In her video, she could be seen wielding 2 crescent blades as she moved about the ring at unbelievable speeds. She created over 100 afterimages across the ring with only a step, and it took her only 3 moves to defeat Six-Eyed Mad God, the strongest member of Returning Blade's party and one of the top 10 experts in the previous Continental Championship. It truly is a surprise. I did not think so many of the last championship's top experts would be defeated so soon into the preliminaries. I wonder how many of the former top 20 experts will remain by the end of the preliminaries, Dead Soul said with eyes full of anticipation. I expect only half will remain, Rin calmly commented. The standards of the newcomers this time are quite high. Dead Soul nodded in agreement. He felt that there were indeed quite a few monsters among the newcomers this time. Among them, there were even a few whom he had to be careful against, let alone the other former top 20 experts. While the leaders of the former 2nd and 4th rank parties were chatting, the contenders in Miniature World 085 started a discussion on the upcoming matchup, Black Flame versus Venom Tail. As expected of Sovereign Mark's newest Holy Child, Venom Tail has become a lot stronger compared to last time. Not only did he bring a divine artifact with him this time, but the dangerous vibes I am getting from him have also intensified considerably. I wouldn't be surprised if he can match Returning Blade right now. I wouldn't count that Black Flame fella out just yet, though. I think he's a member of the Verdant Rainbow Party, and you know how incredible the party has been performing thus far. It is now considered second only to the human Star Maiden Party. I wonder how strong Black Flame is. If he is as strong as Venom Tail, the Verdant Rainbow Party will have a good chance of entering the top 16 this time. It might even become the first human party to enter the top 8. The top 8. Aren't you underestimating the former top 8 parties a little? The Verdant Rainbow Party might have defeated Returning Blade, but this season's parties are evidently of a higher standard. Even if Black Flame can match Venom Tail, the best the party can hope for is the top 16. Any higher will just be wishful thinking. Aside from the contenders, in Miniature World 085, many players who were paying attention to the Verdant Rainbow Party had also tuned in to watch the match between Black Flame and Venom Tail. They were curious to see how far the Verdant Rainbow Party could make it in the championship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3711, Chapter 785. Tier 6 skills that exceed 100%. Chapter 3711, Chapter 785. Tier 6 skills that exceed 100%. Chapter 785. Tier 6 skills that exceed 100%. Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 104. While a young lady elegantly made her way out of the ring, the 19 spectating contenders outside remained silent, all of them wearing looks of disbelief as they looked at the dead young man from the holy race in the ring. 8 paths die, just like that. This is the little monster of Sovereign Mark's trump card party we are talking about. He's even one of the former top 10 experts. How can he lose so easily? A monster! This human girl is an absolute monster. She clearly only had a minor edge over 8 paths when they fought in the last championship, yet she can now one-shot him. Elise is now probably as strong as Garuda and Rin, right? When the contenders outside the ring looked at Elise, Demon's Gate's strongest chosen one, they felt like they were looking at a monster. It should be known that Sovereign Mark's 8 paths was no weakling. This could be inferred simply through looking at the 2 divine artifacts he had equipped. Additionally, 8 paths was the leader of a top 8 party in the previous Continental Championship. He had even butted heads with Elise's party in the round of 16. Though slightly weaker than Elise at the time, he leveraged the main event's party-based format to achieve victory, halting Elise's party's advance in the top 16. But now, the difference in strength between 8 paths and Elise had expanded from a small gap to a massive chasm. Elise had stepped into a completely different playing field. After Elise made her way out of the ring, her silver eyes suddenly noticed a call request from Phoenix Flame. "Your Highness, Black Flame is going up next," Phoenix Flame said excitedly when she saw her call getting connected. His opponent is Sovereign Mark's Venom Tail. With him as the opponent, we should get a good estimate of Black Flame's true strength. Venom Tail? He should suffice. Elise nonchalantly nodded. If Black Flame hasn't improved since the defensive siege, he will have no chance at victory. Currently, most powers participating in the Continental Championship were under the assumption that Venom Tail was only participating with 1 divine artifact. However, based on Demon's Gate sources, Venom Tail had secretly borrowed a divine artifact from Sovereign Mark, meaning that he was actually participating with 2 divine artifacts. But aren't we being a little too careful, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked in confusion. Gentle Snow might be able to pose some threat to you, but Verdant Rainbow's party is still nowhere near strong enough to threaten us in the main event. Even if Black Flame does defeat Venom Tail, I doubt their party can beat any of the former top 8 parties. Not to mention, Black Flame has repeatedly opposed us this entire time. You don't get it. When Elise recalled the 2 moves Gentle Snow used against Returning Blade, she put on a serious expression and said, her sword technique is unlike any other. Not even the Divine Fist and the Earthen Princess can confidently say they can win against her if she can perfectly execute it. The championship this time is also considerably different from before, and we must secure first place no matter what. If Black Flame can defeat Venom Tail, I wouldn't mind making their party my chess piece and helping them enter the top 8. Understood. Although Phoenix Flame was still confused, she had absolute faith in Elise's decisions. Meanwhile, inside the ring of Miniature World 085, Venom Tail and Sure Foam stood facing each other. Although the match had already begun, neither of the two hurried to take action. "We meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame." "What a coincidence," Venom Tail said with a delighted look. "My memory of you kicking me out of Shattering Town remains fresh till this day, and I have been constantly thinking of how I should repay you." "I'm glad to hear a holy child like you still remembers me," Shifeng said, responding to Venom Tail's disingenuous smile with a faint smile of his own. "If you really wish to repay me, you can do so by surrendering right now." "You really know how to make a joke, Guild Leader Black Flame," Venom Tail said while activating True Eye, an identification skill that came with his legendary ring, on Shifeng. Then he chuckled and continued, "You want me to surrender? When you only have a fragmented legendary equipment set and a level of 190, when you don't even have a single divine artifact on you." Originally, Venom Tail was still rather concerned about facing Shifeng. This was because Shifeng had kept his weapons, equipment, and level concealed while he was in Shattering Town. He also didn't have an opportunity to use True Eye on Shifeng back then. However, after inspecting Shifeng with True Eye, he realized all his worries had been for nothing under normal circumstances. The gap in strength between a player without a divine artifact and a player with a divine artifact was so massive that it was nigh impossible to bridge, even if the former had a considerable advantage in combat standards. Needless to say, the gap would become even more gigantic if a player had two divine artifacts while the other had none. "What do you mean by that?" When Shifeng saw Venom Tail's smile turn cunning, he understood that Venom Tail must have used a powerful skill to determine the quality of his equipment. "Stop pretending, Black Flame," Venom Tail said unceremoniously. "Under the effects of my True Eye, even legendary-ranked concealment tools are useless. I can clearly see that you barely have any legendary weapons and equipment, let alone divine artifacts. I will now let you know how foolish it was of you to kick me out of Shattering Town." After saying so, Venom Tail's aura skyrocketed in intensity. He also stopped concealing the presence of his two divine artifacts, letting their auras spread across the ring. At the same time, Venom Tail began to radiate a holy aura several times stronger than what Chalk Splendor radiated when he wielded the Sunlight Blade. Two divine artifacts. How generous of Sovereign Mark. Apart from that weapon, they even lent him a prized possession like the Holy Aura Robe. Black Flame is doomed for sure. Indeed, with the Holy Aura Robe's ability to amplify the wearer's holy aura by 3 times, any skill Venom Tail uses will exceed the 100% completion rate threshold. Now, every move he makes will be as powerful as an ancient saint of the same level. Apart from the former top 2 experts, I don't think anyone here can afford to confront him directly. The Holy Race players in Miniature World 085 were greatly astonished when they recognized the robe Venom Tail wore. Whether it was for the human race or the Holy Race, divine artifacts were considered incomparably precious treasures. Even royal powers that had existed for thousands of years would only have a very limited number of divine artifacts. It was especially so for top-tier divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Sovereign Mark's Holy Aura Robe was a divine artifact of a similar caliber as the Sun Dynasty's Sunlight Blade. When a player equipped it, their basic attributes would rise to a whole new level, and the holy aura they conjured would skyrocket in power. For a player of Venom Tail's caliber, the holy aura he could conjure with the help of the Holy Aura Robe would be vastly superior to even the holy aura of ancient saints. With such a powerful holy aura, he could combat ancient saints, the equivalent of the human race's ancient gods, of the same level. When paired with a divine weapon, he would become a walking natural disaster in God's domain. At this point, no one present doubted that Venom Tail could obliterate the entire miniature world in a single blow if he chose to. You were quite proud of your town's Tier 6 legendary guards, weren't you? You thought there was nothing I could do because you had those god-ranked guards protecting you. Huh? Well, let me show you the absolute power of an ancient god. Venom Tail said as he abruptly leaped into the air and swung his ritual sword at Surefoam. Tier 6 Holy Skill, 1000 Light Purification. Skill completion rate, 103%. Immediately, the ritual sword transformed into countless light particles that rained down on the ring, each comparable to the all-out attack of a level 192 ancient god. If struck directly by one of these attacks, even a level 200 Tier 6 god would sustain serious injuries. At this time, the miniature world was also showing signs of collapse. Absolute power? Is that so? While looking at the descending light particles, Surefoam leisurely unsheathed the shadow incinerator and executed an upward slash. At the same time, he also cast Divine Shadow, one of the Tier 6 super spells he had learned when he advanced to Tier 6. Tier 6 super spell, Divine Shadow. Spell completion rate, 105%. Originally, Surefoam had only managed to cast Divine Shadow with a 95% completion rate. However, under the influence of the God Chaser set's 6-piece set effect that increased skill and spell completion rates by 10%, his super spell was able to exceed the 100% threshold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3712, Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Chapter 3712, Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Boom. Inside Miniature World 085's ring, countless light particles could be seen clashing with hundreds of judgment swords, the shock waves they generated creating cracks in the miniature world space. Powerful space-time storms also began to brew within the miniature world, catching several of the spectating participants off guard and reducing them to ashes on the spot. After the collision between the light particles and the judgment swords continued for about 2 seconds, several judgment swords managed to slip past the light particles and strike Venom Tail. Seeing this, Venom Tail dared not risk receiving the attacks with his body, so he promptly brandished his ritual sword to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Following each judgment sword blocked, Venom Tail was pushed back a little further in the air. It felt like he was striking a sledgehammer each time he defended himself with his ritual sword. His hand trembled, and his HP also decreased by a significant amount. How is this possible? Venom Tail was filled with disbelief. It should be known that he currently had 2 divine artifacts empowering him. One of them was even the Holy Aura Robe, a piece of equipment that could let him exceed the 100% completion rate threshold when using Tier 6 skills. Yet, despite having such items, he still failed to fully block Surefoam's Tier 6 super spell, and even lost 20% of his HP as a result. This was simply unbelievable. Before Venom Tail could overcome his shock, Surefoam swung the shadow incinerator once more. Immediately, the 300-plus judgment swords created by Divine Shadow assaulted Venom Tail for a second time, giving him no time to think. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. The attacks executed by the judgment swords were as powerful as the attacks of a level 200 ancient god. Although Venom Tail had desperately used all sorts of Tier 6 skills and holy arts to defend himself, with over 300 judgment swords attacking him together, his defenses crumbled rapidly, and the strength he took pride in became a complete joke. When Surefoam swung the shadow incinerator for a 5th time, Venom Tail could do nothing but watch as his HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, inside Miniature World 085, it wasn't until the system had announced Black Flame as the winner that time within the miniature world seemed to start flowing again. Black Flame won. That's the Holy Aura Robe we are talking about. How can Venom Tail still be outmatched so thoroughly? What kind of divine artifact is Black Flame wielding? The spectators in the miniature world couldn't help but be shocked and confused when they saw Venom Tail's miserable defeat. It should be known that Venom Tail had 2 divine artifacts equipped. Admittedly, Venom Tail himself wasn't a particularly exceptional expert when put within the Continental Championship. He couldn't even be considered a top 30 expert in the previous championship. However, with the Holy Aura Robe, one of Sovereign Mark's prized possessions, empowering Venom Tail, not even an expert like Returning Blade should consider defeating him. After all, Venom Tail not only had the basic attributes of 2 divine artifacts to support him, but he could also execute all of his skills with a completion rate of over 100%, letting them exhibit more than double their original effects. In a frontal confrontation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him invincible in the Continental Championship. Yet, some unknown human swordsman had defeated Venom Tail so handily. Are all members of this verdant Rainbow Party monsters? That guy isn't just a monster. He's a freak of nature. Not even the Divine Fist can necessarily defeat Venom Tail in a frontal confrontation. If we are speaking purely in terms of strength, Black Flame is definitely the strongest in this championship. That kind of strength is indeed terrifying. I truly did not expect to see such an expert in a human party. Black Flame can definitely rank among the top 10 in terms of individual strength. I wouldn't even be surprised if he can rank among the top 5. When the other players in the Crucible of the Ancients saw Shurfeng's match with Venom Tail, they couldn't help but rethink their opinions of the Verdant Rainbow Party. First, Gentle Snow had defeated Returning Blade, a former top 20 expert. Now, Black Flame had defeated Venom Tail in 5 exchanges. With the Verdant Rainbow Party having 2 experts capable of ranking among the Continental Championship's top 10 experts, everyone had no choice but to reevaluate the party's significance. In the Continental Championship, a party with only 1 reliable expert could, at best, enter the top 16. A good example would be the human race's Star Maiden Party. With Elise serving as the party's sole linchpin, the party ultimately failed to progress beyond the top 16 and could only settle for 10th place in the previous championship. It simply wasn't possible for a one-man party to achieve victory starting from the round of 16. It was especially so after the implementation of the major system update. With stamina and concentration becoming even more important, getting into the top 16 might be impossible for one-man parties. However, it was a different story now that it was revealed that the Verdant Rainbow Party had 2 monstrously strong experts. The party was absolutely qualified to contend for a top 8 position, and it might even have hopes of entering the top 4. Meanwhile, so long as a party was revealed to have hopes of entering the top 4, it would instantly become a powerful foe for all other parties. After all, the rewards for the top 4 were significantly more lucrative than those for other rankings, offering an opportunity for players to receive detailed guidance from the depths of the Crucible of the Ancients. It should be known that existences considered mighty, even among primordial god-ranked existences, could be found in the Crucible's depths. The guidance provided by these existences could allow Tier 6 players like themselves to make further progress in their Tier 6 journey, so they naturally couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Currently, the highest tier players could achieve in God's domain was Tier 6. This meant that players who reached Tier 6 could no longer rely on increasing their tiers to improve their strength. They would need to seek out alternative methods. However, while tedious, Tier 6 players could achieve qualitative improvements so long as they could successfully adopt one of these alternative methods. It was similar to the development of the mana body players had to experience at Tier 4. If players could unlock 100% of their mana bodies, the power of their skills and spells would be on an entirely different level when compared to players who had yet to fully unlock their mana bodies. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng defeated Venom Tail, he suddenly received a friend request followed by a call from Demon's Gate's Star Maiden. The Star Maiden? Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the woman in the video, who looked to be in her early 20s. Elise the Star Maiden's fame was much greater than even Deathwind the Divine Eyes in Feng's previous life. While Deathwind was considered one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, Elise was considered by Demon's Gate as an anomaly that would only appear once every few centuries. Many people assumed she would eventually become Demon's Gate's strongest expert if she hadn't suddenly gone missing in the 12 sanctuaries one day. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. Elise greeted Feng, her calm tone and demeanor making it seem like she was ignorant of the many offenses Feng had committed against Demon's Gate. I have an offer that I believe will interest you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3713, Chapter 787, 10 Seated Parties. Chapter 3713, Chapter 787, 10 Seated Parties. Chapter 787, 10 Seated Parties. An offer? What kind? Feng's eyebrow shot up as he met Elise's gaze, surprised not only by Elise's proposition, but also by the very presence of Demon's Gate's undefeated champion. In Feng's previous life, Elise never lost a fight against any human player she challenged. Just before she moved her operations from the Eternal Realm to the 12 Sanctuaries, she even won a duel against a Grand Elder from Demon's Gate. However, shortly after the all-out war between the human race and the holy race began, Elise suddenly went missing, sending the entirety of Demon's Gate into panic. At the time, Demon's Gate had dropped everything it was doing to scour the 12 sanctuaries. Even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts had mobilized in full force to search for Elise. It was a spectacle that spoke volumes of Elise's importance to Demon's Gate. It should be known that even if Demon's Gate's guild leader suffered a permanent death, the guild's 9 great experts would not act together to exact revenge. Yet they were willing to sacrifice large amounts of their time to search for Elise, their actions surprising all powers back then. Because of Demon's Gate's response, many rumors began to circulate. Some speculated Elise was internally designated as Demon's Gate's next guild leader. Some also speculated Elise possessed information pertaining to the path beyond Tier 6. Hence, even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were willing to waste their precious time to search for her. So, to see such an exalted figure from Demon's Gate reaching out to him surprised Feng. Guild Leader Black Flame. Seeing as you are participating in the championship, I presume you are interested in entering the top 4. In an indifferent tone, Elise stated, "My party can help you achieve that dream. As I am sure you have already learned of the main event's rules from Verdant Rainbow, parties that make it into the main event are allowed to swap opponents with parties of the same race, with your party's strength. So long as you do not encounter the Divine Fist Party and the Earthen Princess Party, you should have a considerable chance at winning. Are you perhaps offering to fight those 2 parties for us, Miss Elise?" Feng asked with a smile. "That is correct." Elise nodded. "Should you encounter those 2 parties, my party can take them on for you. In exchange, if my party encounters the 2 other former top 4 parties, I will need your party to fight them for me. I believe this is an excellent deal for you." Elise's words tempted and surprised Feng. Neither Divine Fist Garuda nor Earthen Princess Rin were ordinary characters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them the strongest player of their respective races in the current generation. Even their party members, though beneath them in strength, were extraordinary experts. Yet, Elise spoke as if her victory against these 2 extraordinary parties was only a matter of course, and she was only making him this offer out of reluctance to reveal her full strength before she clashed with them. "Allow me to turn down your offer, Miss Elise," Feng said after pondering in silence for a moment. "Why?" Elise asked, her indifferent voice tinged with a hint of confusion. Do you find it an obligation to refuse because of Zero Wing's hostile relationship with Demon's Gate? No, that's not it. Shifeng shook his head. I just think that your offer is lacking. Lacking? Elise chuckled. Do you mean to say you are confident in entering the top 4 on your own, Guild Leader Black Flame? I am not trying to belittle you, but do you think you won't encounter either of those 2 parties before you enter the top 4? No, not at all. Shifeng shook his head and smiled. I merely think that even if my party comes across those 2 parties, we won't necessarily lose. Elise did not immediately ridicule Shifeng after hearing his statement. Instead, she paused momentarily before asking, What are your conditions, then? As if expecting this question, Shifeng firmly answered, The goddess tablet that is in your possession. In his previous life, there was a rumor speculating that Elise had moved her operations to the 12 sanctuaries to search for the goddess of space's legacy. Initially, Shifeng doubted the rumor's credibility, but he quickly changed his mind once he learned that Elise was the reason Demon's Gate was relentlessly persecuting Aqua Rose and forcing her to surrender the stone tablet. Unless Elise knew that the stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet, Shifeng found it hard to imagine why someone of Elise's stature would go to such lengths to acquire it. However, under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for others to know that the tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet. Even Aqua Rose herself wasn't aware of the stone tablet's actual identity, while Shifeng only recognized it thanks to his past life's knowledge. In a situation where one lacked the ability to interpret the tablet, most people would only assume the stone tablet contained a god's legacy, which could only be considered insignificant for the likes of an apex power like Demon's Gate. Yet, Elise was adamant in acquiring this supposedly insignificant stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession. This led Shifeng to believe that Elise knew Aqua Rose possessed a primordial god tablet. Moreover, she likely knew that the tablet was linked to the goddess of space, and the reason she knew this was because she, too, had a goddess tablet of her own. After all, there existed more than one goddess tablet, and without having a goddess tablet of her own, how could Elise possibly know of the existence of other goddess tablets? You seem to know a lot. Elise raised an eyebrow. I don't necessarily need you to transfer ownership of the goddess tablet to me. Shifeng added, I only need you to lend it to me for a while. The Dark Moon Mana technique recorded in Aqua Rose's goddess tablet had 3 stages. If players wished to fully master it, they would need to be able to fully exert the strength of all 7 elements. However, Aqua Rose's tablet only contained detailed information about the law of space, while the information available on the remaining 6 elements was only enough to scratch the surface. In such a situation, it would take Shifeng ages to master Dark Moon fully. If he wanted to accelerate this process, he would have to get his hands on more goddess tablets. You are still not qualified to negotiate conditions with me, Elise bluntly stated. Since your party doesn't want to compete for the top 4, just pretend this conversation never happened. After saying so, Elise disconnected the call, giving Shifeng no opportunities to negotiate further. So you think I can't compete for the top 4? Shifeng chuckled as he looked at the disconnected call. Let's see which of us will be more qualified to compete for the top 4. Then, he wasn't in a rush to acquire more goddess tablets. After all, he wasn't without alternatives. If it was before he acquired the Tower of the Abyss, he might have tried to negotiate with Elise more seriously. However, now that he had the Tower of the Abyss, he could more than likely rely on it to perfect the Dark Moon Mana technique. Meanwhile, after Elise ended her call with Shifeng, Phoenix Flame promptly approached her to inquire about the outcome. How did Black Flame respond, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked, feeling a little surprised when she noticed the slight frown on Elise. In her mind, Elise would remain calm and indifferent when dealing with most matters, and very rarely would she express anger. He's nothing more than a megalomaniac, Elise said as she flicked her sleeves. Then, she instructed Phoenix Flame, saying, "Proceed according to the original plan. If we encounter the other two top 4 parties, it's fine to reveal the majority of our cards." Understood. Phoenix Flame nodded. Following the conversation between Shifeng and Elise, the Continental Championships preliminaries progressed rapidly. After 6 hours, the battles in the 120 miniature worlds concluded, and all 420 participating parties were assigned their respective scores. Among them, the 32 parties with the highest scores would advance to the main event, while everyone else was disqualified. While inspecting their scores on the scoreboard, the various parties couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the parties ranked among the top 32. Although everyone already knew the participants this time around were stronger than the last championships participants, they hadn't expected that only 12 out of the former top 32 parties would make it past the preliminaries this time. Even more shocking was the change to the preliminaries' top 10 parties. 10th place, 8 Paths Party, 87 points 7th place. Star Maiden Party, 96 points 5th place. Verdant Rainbow Party, 104 points. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3714, Chapter 788, 6th Floor Existence. Chapter 3714, Chapter 788, 6th Floor Existence. Chapter 788, 6th Floor Existence. I must be hallucinating. How did half of the top 10 seeded parties get replaced? Didn't the 8 Paths Party rank in the top 8 last time? How did it end up in 10th place? Crap! What's up with that Verdant Rainbow Party and Ink Crystal Party? A huge scoreboard appeared in midair when the preliminaries concluded. When the participants saw the information listed, gasps echoed across the crucible. While not a perfect indicator of strength, the rank and score each party secured in the preliminaries allowed other participants to gauge the party's overall strength. Meanwhile, the top 10 parties in the preliminaries were traditionally regarded as the top 10 seeded parties. In past championships, although it wasn't uncommon for new names to appear among the top 10 seeded parties, the number was typically limited to just 1 or 2. Yet now, not only did the top 10 seeded parties welcome 5 new names, but 2 of them even entered the top 5. Firstly, it was the human race's Verdant Rainbow Party. 5 of its members became group champions of their respective groups and earned 20 points each, while the last member came in 8th place and earned 4 points, putting the party's total at 104 points. In the past, such a total wouldn't even be enough to put a party in the top 10. Yet, the Verdant Rainbow Party managed to come in 5th place. This was simply unbelievable. However, what was even more astonishing was the Crystallians' second-ranked Ink Crystal Party. All 6 party members ended up as group champions, putting their total points at 120. This was the same as the total score the third-ranked Earthen Princess Party secured. And the fact that the Ink Crystal Party managed to rank above the Earthen Princess Party was the part that shocked everyone. It wasn't uncommon to see multiple parties score the full 120 points in past championships. In such situations, time would become the tiebreaker, and these parties would be ranked based on the time they spent on matches in the preliminaries. In other words, the Ink Crystal Party's members completed their matches faster than the members of the former second-ranked Earthen Princess Party. I'm a chosen one from a Crystallian power, but why haven't I heard of any of the Ink Crystal Party's members before? What? The Ink Crystal Party's leader is just a little girl. Going by her looks, is she even 18? Ha ha ha. What an amazing little girl. It's only her first time participating in the Continental Championship, yet she's already made such an incredible achievement. Our race has a bright future ahead. The humans aren't doing too bad this time, either. One of their parties actually squeezed into 5th place. It seems they've made a lot of progress during this period. Upon seeing the results on the scoreboard, some participants celebrated, while some grew anxious. In the case of the Holy Race's participants, most of them wore gloomy expressions. In the last championships preliminaries, the Holy Race occupied 19 out of the top 32 positions, while the Crystallians occupied 10 and the humans occupied 3. This time, however, the Holy Race only had 15 parties in the top 32, while the Crystallians had 12 and the humans had 5. This indicated that the Holy Race's overall development was starting to lag behind the two other races, and even risked being overtaken by the Crystallians. The Holy Race's performance was even worse when looking at the top 5 seeded parties. Of them, only 2 parties were from the Holy Race, while 2 were from the Crystallians, and 1 was from the humans. This outcome was utterly disheartening. Although it's a pity we didn't get through the preliminaries this time, the Verdant Rainbow Party has earned a lot of prestige for us humans. We'll also get assigned more admission tickets for the next championship. Indeed, I really didn't expect to see 5 of our parties making it through the preliminaries this time. It's a pity my party doesn't even have the qualifications to spectate when the many human parties that failed to rank in the top 64 saw the main event's name list. They couldn't help but rue over their inability. The Continental Championships main event was a clash between the apex existences of the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Fights of such caliber could rarely be seen, even in the greater God's domain. In a certain sense, players could gain more from spectating such fights than personally participating in the Continental Championships preliminaries. After all, if a player had never seen the apex of God's domain, how were they supposed to know if they were halfway there or still wasting their time at the starting line? Although the various human powers would often host combat competitions across the greater God's domain, none could compare with the Continental Championship. After all, the majority of the participants in these competitions would be at the 4th floor standard, while only the strongest participants would be at the 5th floor standard. Even then, these 5th floor experts could only be considered mediocre at best. In contrast, even the weakest participant in the Continental Championship was a 5th floor expert. Shortly after the preliminaries results were announced, the parties that failed to rank in the top 64 were teleported out of the crucible of the ancients. Simultaneously, the top 32 parties were teleported to the main event's venue, and everyone promptly began scrutinizing each other. Is she Ink Crystal? Rin, the Earthen Princess, revealed an astonished expression as she looked at a Crystallian girl who was only a little over 5 meters tall. At first glance, the Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal looked adorable. However, whether it was Rin or Garuda, a hint of fear quickly surfaced in their eyes when they finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal. A pseudo-6th floor expert? Garuda smiled when he finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal. Interesting. How interesting. My trip here, this time wasn't a waste after all. Aside from Rin and Garuda, Surefoam was also staring at the adorable Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal. What's going on? Surefoam couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at Ink Crystal. While Surefoam couldn't say the same for the other participants present, he knew exactly what Ink Crystal's combat standard was. This was because he had personally seen experts of Ink Crystal's caliber in his previous life. A 6th floor expert. Ink Crystal was a bona fide 6th floor expert. She was a peerless monster who could reach the Tower of the Abyss's 6th floor and single-handedly defeat gods. However, as far as Surefoam could recall, he had never heard of any Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal in his previous life. Not to mention, despite being so young, the girl had already achieved such a frightening standard. Before Surefoam could snap out of his daze, a voice echoed across the crucible of the ancients. The Continental Championships main event has begun. May the Verdant Rainbow Party and the Holy Guard Party step forward to start the first match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3715, Chapter 789, Combating the Holy Guard Party. Chapter 3715, Chapter 789, Combating the Holy Guard Party. Chapter 789, Combating the Holy Guard Party. When the ancient and majestic voice echoed across the crucible, it caused a stir among the 64 parties in the venue. We're starting the main event with such an exciting matchup. 2 of the top 10 seeded parties are matched against each other right off the bat. How unlucky of them. I know, right? Both parties have a chance at entering the top 8. Yet, one of them will be stuck in the top 32. What nonsense are you spouting? We all know that the Holy Guard Party is a bona fide top 8 party, whereas that human party only got lucky with the groups its members were assigned in the preliminaries. The main event involves party-based fights that test the overall strength of parties. Points scored in the preliminaries mean nothing in the main event. Indeed, there are many examples of seeded parties in past preliminaries failing to survive even the first round of the main event. The spectating crowd started a hushed discussion as the 2 parties approached the central ring. Many players found it a pity that the main event would begin with such an exciting matchup. They felt that both the Holy Guard Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party had the potential to compete for the top 8. Yet, one of these parties was now fated to settle in the top 32. However, some Holy Race and Crystallian players also expressed opposing opinions. They felt the Verdant Rainbow Party had relied on luck to become one of the top 10 seeded parties, and the party's results in the preliminaries could not prove that the party was among the 10 strongest parties in the Continental Championship. Ha ha ha! Black Flame must be dumbfounded right now. He probably never expected in a million years he would face the Arbiter of Death's party right off the bat. Phoenix Flame couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the Verdant Rainbow Party entering the central ring. He can't even enter the top 16 now, let alone the top 8. Phoenix Flame was very displeased when she learned that the Verdant Rainbow Party was ranked 5th in the preliminaries. Her mood became especially bitter when many Holy Race and Crystallian parties started to discuss how the Verdant Rainbow Party was the human race's strongest party this time around. This situation was an affront to Demon's Gate's party. Fortunately, Demon's Gate would not need to stomach this humiliation much longer. The Continental Championship's main event pitted parties against each other. Battles would not be conducted on the individual level like in the preliminaries. Hence, a party's overall strength weighed heavily in the main event. Additionally, the major system update caused players' stamina and concentration consumption to increase drastically. This, in turn, affected players' ability to fight extended battles and reduced the effectiveness of individual players in group combat. Although the Verdant Rainbow Party had a monster known as Black Flame, the other party members were insignificant characters. At most, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow could be considered qualified combatants. But in overall strength, the Holy Guard Party, with its latest lineup, was on a completely different level than the Verdant Rainbow Party. In the previous championship, Daystar was the star of the Holy Guard Party, and she was even considered one of the top 5 experts at the time. However, although her party members were weaker than her, every one of them was still stronger than Verdant Rainbow. In this season, the Holy Guard Party's lineup became even more terrifying. Apart from Daystar remaining as the party's leader, the rest of the party was replaced with the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children, while Chalk Splendor, who ranked last among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children, could be considered negligible. The man and the woman standing beside Daystar were existences whom even the Thunder Empire's Garuda had to be wary of. This was because the two were none other than the Sun Dynasty's first Holy Child, Holy Blood, and second Holy Child, Moon Demon. In individual strength, Holy Blood and Moon Demon could be put on the same level as Daystar. They might even be stronger than the Arbiter of Death, as they had spent much more time as the Sun Dynasty's holy children than Daystar. It's still too soon to discount the Verdant Rainbow Party, Elise said, offering a rare comment. The battles in the main event take place in randomly selected maps, and party members are randomly scattered at the start of the battle. If the Verdant Rainbow Party can regroup ahead of the Holy Guard Party, they can use numbers to their advantage. Phoenix Flame did not deny Elise's sentiment. If the main event allowed parties to start each match grouped up, the Holy Guard Party was almost certain to defeat the Verdant Rainbow Party. Firstly, there was Daystar, who was considered to be an all-around expert and the strongest in overall strength among the Sun Dynasty's holy children. Then there was Holy Blood and Moon Demon, the former being considered the strongest melee combatant, and the latter being considered the strongest ranged combatant among the Sun Dynasty's holy children. If these three worked together, even Garuda, regarded as the strongest player among the holy race's current generation, would likely experience defeat. However, like the preliminaries, the main event also incorporated luck-based factors to give weaker parties a chance to surpass stronger parties. Aside from having to fight in more complex terrains, party members in the main event had to start each match separated. This created an opportunity for players to gain a numerical advantage over their opponents. Even if a party was considered weaker than its opponent, achieving victory wouldn't be out of the question if it could regroup sooner than its opponent and capitalize on its numerical advantage. This was why the various Royal and Apex powers had yet to monopolize the Continental Championship, and why weaker parties still had a chance of basking in glory. Of course, not all of the top-tier parties shared Elise's sentiment. Even while knowing the main event's mechanisms, they did not think highly of the Verdant Rainbow Party's prospects. This was because the Holy Guard Party's members were clearly much stronger than the Verdant Rainbow Party's members. In addition to each of the Holy Guard Party's members being equipped with a divine weapon, Daystar, Holy Blood, and Moon Demon were also unthinking realm experts. Even if only a few of them managed to group up, they could beat the living daylights out of the entire Verdant Rainbow Party. In the central ring, shortly after the two parties were in position, a bright flash enveloped the entire ring. When the bright flash faded, the ring that originally covered only a 1,000-yard radius had transformed into a ruined urban setting covered with tall buildings. The battlefield was as vast as a large map, and even Tier 6 experts would require upwards of 20 minutes to traverse from edge to center. Currently, the 12 members of the two parties stood scattered across the ruined city. Each player also had a screen displaying their situation to the spectators outside the ring. The moment the 12 players regained vision of their surroundings, they burst into a sprint as if premeditated, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they made their way to the heart of the city. Although the main event's maps were large, they would shrink with time. Hence, parties would usually prioritize grouping up in the map's center and avoid fighting while numerically disadvantaged. While the spectators thought it would be a while before the first fight broke out between the two parties, Moon Demon, who had been maneuvering through the outskirts of the urban ruins like an agile snake, suddenly stopped atop a residential building. Then, her head snapped to a particular direction, while her eyes focused on a figure speeding across a distant street, the figure in question being none other than Sherfone. What incredible senses! Even with the battlefield suppressing everyone's senses heavily, she managed to detect him from so far away. Phoenix Flame exclaimed while spectating Moon Demon. Black Flame is in trouble now. While Phoenix Flame was talking, Moon Demon melded with her surroundings and vanished. However, although the spectators could no longer see her, the rapidly changing environment displayed on the screen indicated that Moon Demon was closing in on Sherfone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3716, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 3716, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection. Commander Azure, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame stands a chance against Moon Demon? Frost Raven, seated in the spectator stands as a member of the Order of Twelve's party, asked the man sitting beside her while she anxiously watched Shurfang's and Moon Demon's live streams. The man sitting beside Frost Raven was named Azure Dragon, and he was a level 193 Tier 6 Shield Warrior in his early 30s. When he heard Frost Raven's question, he pondered in silence for a long while. "I can't say." Azure Dragon ultimately shook his head, his gaze solemn as he watched Shurfang remain ignorant of the imminent danger. Moon Demon's hunting methods are out of the norm. Our great commander is at the unthinking realm, but even he barely managed to block Moon Demon's attacks while aware of her presence. Although Black Flame has previously shown himself to possess astonishing strength, field combat is different from a duel. Unless Moon Demon gets discovered, she will likely succeed in her ambush. This is also why Assassin and Ranger-type classes are considered the best for field PvP. The Sun Dynasty's Moon Demon was known by all in the southern region. In her debut battle in the southern region, she single-handedly hunted a 1,000-man Tier 6 legion belonging to the Order of 12 using her sly and elusive marksmanship. Additionally, she wasn't even using a divine weapon back then. With the Sun Dynasty equipping each of its representatives with at least one divine weapon for the Continental Championship, it went without saying Moon Demon's current strength was vastly superior to before. Doesn't that mean Guild Leader Black Flame will be the first player to get eliminated? Frost Raven asked. It was honestly a surprise for Frost Raven to participate in the Continental Championship on behalf of the Order of 12 this time. It was even more of a surprise when she saw Shurfang participating in the same Continental Championship and defeating Venom Tail, a chosen one of the Holy Race's royal powers. As a human and a swordsman player, she found the outcome invigorating. Although Demon's Gate reigned supreme in the southern region, it ultimately wasn't as powerful as the Holy Race's royal powers. Any human player with experience fighting large numbers of Holy Race players would know this. On average, the Holy Race's players were individually stronger than human players, and they would become a fearsome force when present in large numbers. Moreover, these were only ordinary experts they were talking about. The Holy Race's chosen ones were even more terrifying, and Frost Raven doubted her whole party could win a fight against one of the Holy Race's chosen ones. Currently, even across the entire Order of 12, only a few members could survive in one-on-one combat with the Holy Race's chosen ones, and this knowledge caused Frost Raven to feel despair. Originally, Frost Raven had started to see some hope again after seeing Shurfang's victory, but now, that won't necessarily be the case, Azure Dragon said, his expression becoming more focused as Moon Demon moved closer and closer to Shurfang. Although Moon Demon discovered Black Flame first, her maximum shooting range should not exceed 300 yards. They are still over 1,000 yards apart right now. So long as Black Flame can detect Moon Demon before she closes the distance to 300 yards, he still has a chance to block her attacks. And so long as Black Flame can stop Moon Demon's first volley, she will be put into a passive state. If Black Flame can get within melee range of her, victory will be his. Upon hearing Azure Dragon's comments, Frost Raven placed all her attention on Shurfang's livestream, hoping that Shurfang could detect Moon Demon before it was too late. At this time, the various Holy Race and Crystallian parties were also watching Moon Demon approach Shurfang with great interest. The current battlefield was a city covered with many high-rises. Compared to primal forests, getting within 300 yards of another player without getting detected was much easier in such a setting. The complex interiors of each building made it especially easy for players to advance undetected, The only problem with such an urban setting was the limited ambush points available. Hence, the first ambush attempt was key. So long as Moon Demon failed in her first ambush attempt, Feng would definitely be able to pinpoint her position and track her down. At that time, Moon Demon's disadvantage of being a marksman would be amplified considerably. Under the spectators' gazes, Moon Demon's willowy figure silently shuttled between buildings, moving ever closer to Feng. All the while, Feng, who was steadily advancing to the center of the city, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. When less than 500 yards separated the two, Moon Demon settled down on the middle floor of a 50-story building in Feng's path. Then, she quietly stood 10 yards away from the window with her repeating crossbow raised and seemingly entered a trance, her aura disappearing completely. For a moment, the spectators even lost sight of Moon Demon. Only when they looked carefully at the screen, their brains quickly realized Moon Demon was still standing there. Meanwhile, Feng, who had moved within 400 yards of Moon Demon's location, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. Not even his sixth sense had picked up on the imminent danger. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Moon Demon did not attack Feng as soon as he arrived within 300 yards of her. Instead, she maintained her trance-like state as she watched Feng leave her sight. Then, 1 second after she lost sight of Feng, whoosh! In one swift motion, Moon Demon concentrated her holy aura into her repeating crossbow and pulled the trigger. Then, before any sound could even spread, 16 crossbow bolts left the repeating crossbow, drawing a beautiful arc as they rapidly closed in on Feng's back. Meanwhile, when the 16 bolts arrived within 30 yards of Feng's sixth sense finally issued him a warning. However, because of how fast the crossbow bolts were, even though Feng had detected them, there simply wasn't enough time for his body to make any responses, much less block all 16 of them. What terrifying marksmanship! Azure Dragon muttered in shock and trepidation when he saw this scene. Moon Demon's marksmanship was simply unpredictable. It wasn't until the very last moment that her attacks revealed their presence to Feng. However, at such a close distance, not even unthinking realm experts could react fast enough to defend against her attacks. Under such circumstances, the best an unthinking realm expert could hope for was to block a few of Moon Demon's attacks. But with Moon Demon's basic attributes, getting hit by even a few of her attacks would be a death sentence. At this time, Feng was also in shock. Almost instinctively, he activated the Winter of Eternal Night's Void Barrier, nullifying the damage of all attacks within a 100-yard radius. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds came from half a yard away from Feng, which was followed by 16 crossbow bolts falling to the ground beside Feng's feet. Holy crap! Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at the 16 bolts on the ground. What kind of presence concealment method is that? Although Feng had entered the match, mentally prepared to fight unthinking realm experts like Daystar, he never imagined fighting such an expert out in the fields would be so different from fighting traditional fifth-floor experts. It was like he was going up against a completely different type of opponent. It should be known that his physique was enhanced by his superior divine body. Yet, even his sixth sense had failed to detect Moon Demon's attacks until the very last second. Moreover, he could tell that this situation wasn't due to his basic attributes being inferior. It was entirely due to the other party's combat standard thoroughly outclassing his. No amount of basic attributes would have let him react to those crossbow bolts any sooner. Honestly, had he not instinctively activated a life-saving skill, just now, those 16 bolts would have sealed his fate. Oh, you blocked them. Not bad. When Moon Demon heard the sound her bolts generated, she didn't even need to see to know what had happened. With a smile in her eyes, she leisurely rearmed her repeating crossbow while saying, "But I wonder how many more skills you have to use to block my attacks." Skills and spells had durations and cooldowns. In the case of life-saving skills, they typically had short durations and long cooldowns. It was a stark contrast to her attacks, which did not rely on any skills and hence did not have a duration or cooldown. Additionally, with the city buildings providing cover for her, she should be safe from detection and free to attack Shifeng for some time. However, just as Moon Demon was about to launch her second volley, Shifeng, who understood he was in a precarious situation, suddenly smiled. As expected of the Holy Guard party, "It seems I have no choice but to rely on some unconventional methods." While sweeping his gaze across the buildings before him, Shifeng said in a low voice, "If you think I only have strength to fall back on, you are sorely mistaken. Dual advanced law projection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."